Colleagues, I am so lost. I'm not sure where the screen I'm looking at is. It looks very nice though, that screen. Let me greet, I see that the Deputy Minister is here, Deputy Minister Mrolong. I'm not sure if any of the ministers are present, but we'll acknowledge them during the course of the meeting. Honorable members, let me apologize for not having my camera on. I'm in transit, so it really wouldn't be a good look to have it on. I request your indulgence and forgiveness in that regard. I hope nobody will be tempted to follow my example. May I please ask the Secretariat to put up the notice of the meeting? That was a beautiful boardroom. I'm not sure why it disappeared. Honorable members, there is the notice of the meeting. This is an ordinary session of the Portfolio Committee. It is the sessions that we have been allowed to have on a Friday in the event that we have a business that we need to conclude and don't have sufficient time. I do want to put it on the record that we know that Friday afternoon is extremely inconvenient, not only for members, but also for other stakeholders, including government that have to join. So these meetings, we do try to keep them to a minimum, but there are statutory issues, there are urgent matters that we need to ensure that we deal with within the time frame that we've allocated. And in the course of that, we've had several changes to the parliamentary program, which also mean that we need to keep chopping and changing. What we had committed to was to try and move the session to a Friday morning rather than a Friday afternoon, and that remains a work in progress. Honorable members, there are 4 items on the agenda. The adoption of the minutes of the 26th of May, a briefing by DCDT, the GCIS and the MDDA on their 3rd and 4th quarter report, and then the issues relating to MDDA, the letter that would have been received from the minister. I'm not sure if the issue of the MDDA vacancies is also included in that agenda item, and then adoption of the oversight report to Limpopo. Now, I'd like your comments maybe on this agenda even before we start, because when we closed our last meeting, one of the concerns that we have was that the agenda items get packed and we're not able to go through them. Now, by my calculations, the GCIS and the MDDA would be given 20 minutes and, 20 minutes for the department, 20 minutes for MDDA to present. They've requested to go first. So that would take us 40 minutes. We set aside an hour for the discussion, question and answer, just under 2 hours. Then we would give the DCDT 20 minutes to present, an hour for discussions. It takes us to around 5 o'clock. Now, I do think that if we keep to that format, we should be able to conclude this. On the matter of minutes for members, we're going to try and manage those minutes, but at this point in time, we have not yet taken a decision as a committee on how that time allocation is going to work. And I don't want to be presumptuous in this meeting. I think it's something that we're also going to look at other committees and come back with proposals, how to ensure that the engagement is still comprehensive. Members have sufficient time, but we're able to manage the process properly. So with that, honorable members, may I check if there is a mover for the adoption of this agenda? Alternatively, any suggestions for change on the agenda? I will see by a show of hands. Honorable Subraku.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Chair, based on the guidance that you have provided, we have received the notice to go until 6 o'clock, and I have diarized to be committed to this meeting until 6. I think it's important, therefore, that we deal with item 3, which is tabling the letter I don't expect that to take us very long, but it is a formality for that we table the letter. So I would propose that we do item 3, and then we can then have a high-level review of item 4. So I propose that we continue with this agenda, Chairperson, as tabled until 6 p.m. with those items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrate. Honorable Ngobesa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable colleagues. Chair, I wanted to suggest that we adopt the agenda as it is, because I'll also be traveling around 3:30, Chair. There was a councillor, the IFP councillor, that was gunned down in the West Rand, who's been buried this weekend. So I'm traveling down to KZN for that funeral service. If I may be excused around 3:30, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobesa. Also, our sincere condolences to the IFP, as well as to the family and loved ones of the councillor who passed. Thank you. Your apologies noted. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all in the meeting. Chair, I would like to propose that we move the adoption of the minutes to item as being item 3, because that and the adoption of the oversight report are more internal to the committee, and that we definitely absolutely deal with item 3 perhaps first, and then deal with item 2, because if the presentations are done and if the discussion is incomplete, we always have that opportunity of the officials from those relevant entities and the departments being able to submit their responses in writing, Chair. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Singh. So from your input, I think you're saying we retain all the agenda items, but perhaps we swap them around on the agenda. Deputy Minister Mrolong, may I check with you, and you are welcome, sir. I want to check with you because we had received a request that you would, I don't know whether it is yourself or the department, would have to be excused. Sorry, before I check with you, I wanted to check with the Secretariat. The presentation of item 3, is it just the tabling of the report? And I'm assuming you're also putting recommendations on the way forward. How long is that likely to take?
Chairperson, it's the tabling of the letter. Dr. Madupi will speak to that. Thank you.
Dr. Madupi?
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members. It's indeed, Chair, a brief tabling of the letter with the applicable legal precept, and also the suggested way forward, from the advisor's point of view. I think it's just a 1.5 page, really. It shouldn't be that long, for the tabling. Thank you, Chair.
All right. With that explanation then, dear Moralong, I take it that MDDA does fall under your portfolio anyway. So we may make the change as requested by Honorable Singh. Well, with the agenda having been moved, seconded with amendments in the placement of items, the agenda is duly adopted. The first item will be the item on the MDDA, followed by the GCIS and MDDA presentation, and thereafter the DCDT. Finally, the adoption of the minutes and the adoption of the Limpopo oversight report, dependent on time, obviously. May I check if we have any apologies, Hajira?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have apologies for the Minister DCDT, who has a meeting with an entity within the department at the moment. And also we have a standing apology for the Deputy Minister, DCDT, who's on an international study tour. Thank you, Chairperson. Also, I think Ms. Bodlani will join the meeting, but she would leave early. Thank you.
Thank you. You've noted Honorable Ngobese's apology. The minister in the presidency, do we have an apology for her?
No formal apology. Thank you, Chair.
Is the PLO in the meeting, and can they give us an explanation, please? May I check through the Deputy Minister or any relevant person the absence of the Minister in this meeting?
Chairperson, indeed, there is an apology for the Minister. I do not have further details on it, but she has apologized. I thought that the letter would have been sent to your office. I'll have to check with the PLO and the office. I will brief the meeting as it proceeds on the details there. Whether a letter was sent or that it was not sent, you will be kept abreast as the meeting proceeds. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I see that there's a hand from the GCIS.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. I just wanted to add some information that the Minister had to rush to the doctor's appointment. She was really not feeling well, but also worried that she might have to test for COVID because she has been sitting next to Minister Dow. So I think that's what made her to really rush, because she was really not feeling well from last night. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. Obviously, our sympathies are with the Minister where she's not feeling well, but I think you will accept a standard procedure that the committee should be informed in the event that she is not able to attend the meeting. So I trust that maybe this was an oversight because of the condition that you've explained. Thank you very much then. Colleagues, let's move on then to the first item, which is the tabling of the correspondence relating to the MDDA. Dr. Mphakathi, over to
you. Hajira, can I be allowed to project something?
You can go ahead, Dr. Mphakathi.
I'm not too sure, Chair. Am I visible? That's me.
you are visible, Doc.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Is my screen showing, Chair?
Yes, we can see your screen, Doc.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, once again, honorable members, dear Marolong, and the rest of the colleagues on the platform. Chair, indeed, there's been actually a letter that has been tabled by the minister from the GCIS on the matter around Mr. Mphakathi, who's a board member of the MDDA. The purpose of what is showing on the screen share is just a brief to the portfolio committee as far as that letter is concerned, and that is a tabling of the MDDA letter and the applicable legal framework to that effect. The purpose of this small brief, Chair, basically is to brief members of the committee on the tabling of the matter by the minister as indicated in the presidency concerning a letter from the MDDA, and the second bullet will be the applicable provisions of the Media Development and Diversity Agency Act number 14 of 2002, which is the MDDA Act in this regard relating to the removal of any of the board members. And the last bullet will be the relevant rules of the National Assembly, empowering the committee to conduct, if the committee so decide to do or resolve to do an inquiry prior to referral of the matter back to the House for a formal adoption. The second part of this brief, Chair, is the actual tabling of the matter by the minister. The minister in the presidency has formally tabled the matter before the National Assembly through a correspondence which was addressed to the Speaker, and that correspondence has been shared with the rest of the members, as it were, Chair. In this correspondence, the minister indicated, Chair, that she received the letter from the MDDA Board, Chairperson, submitted in terms of Section 6 of the MDDA Act, and that letter from the MDDA Chair has been shared also with the members as an annexure to the letter of the minister. Having considered, that's the second bullet, having considered the correspondence, the minister thereafter refers the matter to the National Assembly for its attention and consideration. The minister requested that the matter be processed in accordance with the applicable legal framework, and those will be outlined briefly, as part of the brief. This constitutes the formal tabling and referral of the matter to Parliament, thereby Chairperson triggering the National Assemblies and its committees' roles. The third part of the brief is the background to the MDDA letter, which has been forwarded to members as an annexure to the letter from Minister. The MDDA Board reported allegations against a board member, which is Mr. Tim Mphakathi, which including in that letter, what was included was the racial discriminatory and misogynistic remarks, intimidating and threatening conduct, and behavior inconsistent with expected governance standards. The board resolved that the minister should request the president to initiate a removal process. The president should approach the National Assembly to make a finding and adopt a resolution, and the member should be suspended pending the outcome of proceedings in the National Assembly. And that was a letter from the MDDA to the minister in the presidency. For part of the brief, Chair, is the applicable provisions of the MDDA Act in that regard. The Act stipulated that the removal of members of the MDDA Board is governed by Section 6 of the MDDA Act, and those are the key provisions thereof, Chair, in the Act itself. A board member must vacate office if he or she is found to be inconsistent or unfit to perform duties, or is guilty of misconduct or guilty of an offense. The Act also provides that a member may be removed from office only, number A, finding to that effect by the National Assembly, and the adoption by the National Assembly of a resolution calling for that member's removal. The Act further provides in that regard, Chair, that the President may suspend a member once removal proceedings in the National Assembly have commenced, and the President must remove the member once the National Assembly adopts a resolution thereof. The implication, what it means then, Chair, it means that the National Assembly must make a formal finding, not that the minister has formally referred the matter to the NA. It must make a formal finding and adopt a resolution which requires a prior investigations, and hence the matter has now been referred to the committee. The fifth part of the brief, Chair, is the applicable NA rules to that effect. The NA rules provide the procedural mechanism for processing the matter as it has been outlined above. Referral and consideration, that's the first part of that. The rules provide that written instrument tabled in the Assembly may be referred to the committees, and that has been done, Chair. Committees are empowered to consider such matters, and committees must report back to the Assembly. This enables the portfolio committee to process the matters, the minister's referral and the MDDA letter to that effect. Part B of that is it powers to conduct an inquiry if the committee is so resolved. Is that the NA Rule 227, subsection 1, subsection B, bullet number 2 states that a portfolio committee must maintain oversight of any executive organ of state, following within its portfolio. The rules further states that in subsection 1, subsection C, further states that a portfolio committee may monitor, investigate, inquire into, and make recommendations concerning any such executive organ of state as stipulated above, constitutional institution or other bodies or other body or institution, including the legislative, program, budget, rationalization, restructuring, functioning, organization, structure, staff, and policies of such organ of state, institution, or other body or institution thereof. These rules, therefore, Chair, empower committees to exercise general powers necessary to perform their functions, including investigation, as stipulated above, call for submissions if there's a need for that, hear evidence and deliberate on any matters before them, and regulate the appearance of persons before the committee. These provisions, therefore, Chair, allow the committee, if it's so resolved, to take a full inquiry into the allegations against the board member as stipulated above. Procedural implication. The minister has formally, to that effect, tabled and referred the matter, as it were, to the National Assembly. The MDDA Act requires the Assembly to make a finding and adopt a resolution before possible removal. The NA rules empower, as indicated, the portfolio to investigate the matter, gather evidence and hear affected parties, and report with findings and recommendations back to the National Assembly. Accordingly, the committee must undertake an inquiry process before the matter is referred back to National Assembly for decision. The last part of the brief, Chair, is recommended way forward on the matter. It is therefore recommended that the committee note the tabling and referral by the minister, formally consider MDA letter and actions, initiate a committee inquiry so really into the allegation, invite submissions from the MDDA board, Mr. Mphakathi himself, and any other relevant stakeholders, compile a report with findings and recommendations, and submit the report to the National Assembly to enable it to make a finding, and if appropriate, adopt a resolution for removal in terms of Section 6 of the MDDA Act. In conclusion, the matter has been properly tabled before the NA as indicated, Chair, by the Minister, thereby activating Parliament's role. The Portfolio Committee is empowered to conduct, as indicated, an inquiry into the allegations, which will inform the National Assembly's decision on whether the statutory requirements for removal of the board of the said board member have been met. That is the tabling of the matter, Chair, as it were. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Madube. May I check if there are any other additions, either from the Secretariat on process or any of the other advisors?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. I am well covered. Thank you very much.
No additions, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hajira. Members, that is then the report from the content advisors. I'm going to open this up for discussion. I'm assuming that members would have had opportunity to familiarize themselves with the letter that was tabled by the minister. Can I just sneak in an item before I recognize you, Honorable Singh? The issue of the vacancies, have those been tabled before? I understand there's 2 vacancies at MDDA. So if we're tabling letters related to the MDDA, can we just finish that for a bit? The 2 vacancies I understand are the vacancy that was left by Ms. Mhlala and the term of the chairperson coming to an end. Dr. Madube? I've noted you, Honorable Singh. I apologize.
Chair, I wouldn't be conversant enough. I'm not sure if Mr. Ngoma is on the platform with regard to that. All that I know, Chair, is that he had put together, if I'm not mistaken, the advert, which then would mean that the 2 letters should have been ATC before any other process can kick in. But I stand to be corrected. I'm not too sure if my other colleagues, Hajira, I'm not sure if you're conversant in terms of if that indeed has been, I mean, the two vacancies have been ATC already. But as far as I know, Chair, that Mr. Ngoma had put together an advert, which ordinarily would mean that the 2 should have been ATC before any other process can kick in. Mr. Malik, I'm not too sure if you can add on that browser, if anything to that effect. If you so allow, Chair.
No, it's fine, Dr. Madube. I think you're correct. I think there is an advert that is awaiting approval, so that process is underway. Honorable Singh, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, I'd welcome the briefing from Dr. Madube. I think it was very nicely set out and very clearly set out. Please, I don't think we actually received the document though, and I think we'd please like a copy of that document. But Chair, there's some serious concerns that I have, and it is a pity, and I do wish the minister well with her help. But it is a pity that she's not here, because Chair, the letter was written in, I think it was August 2024, and the minister now has sent this letter in for tabling on the 28th of April 2026. In a written response, Chair, which I had alluded and I had also written to yourself on the way forward, and obviously that has now been set out by Dr. Madupi as to how we proceed. But in the written response, the Minister said that she had written to the Speaker of Parliament on the 3rd of October 2025. So is there a letter that was written on the 3rd of October 2025? I really think we must follow up, because if there was no letter written, then that's a serious problem. Chair, also it seems from the way forward and the way this matter should be handled is that the portfolio will now deal with an inquiry to make a recommendation to the National Assembly for a resolution to be taken whichever way. But my concern now is that when we had our debate vote and I raised this issue, the Minister said she had conducted an investigation. And that's why it took her over a year to write to the Speaker of Parliament on the 3rd of October 2025. So where is that investigation? Where is the report? Why is those things not being tabled before us? So, Chair, I have serious concerns about the way this was handled and the length of time that has elapsed when we're just leaving serious governance challenges unattended to. So I want to place that on record, and I'm looking forward to this inquiry being dealt with by the committee so that we can come to a speedy conclusion with the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Subrati, I've noted your hand. Can I check Hajira, where is Mr. Ngoma? Because we didn't table any apology for him for this meeting. Now, I don't know whether he's left us and is now at impeachment or he's still part of the committee. The reason I'm asking is because Honorable Singh is correct to some extent, as I understand it. The minister had indicated to me last year that she had written a letter. After Honorable Singh followed up, we chased the office of the speaker. I don't know whether they either had no record of the letter or the minister just took a decision to write again. So it would be important if we get clarity on what has been happening with this correspondence since then. I'm not aware of the 2024 letter. So are you able to shed any light on it before I ask the Deputy Minister if he's got any clarification?
Chairperson, I'm in the process of contacting Mr. Ngoma. As you know, he's dealing with another ad hoc committee as well as the Palapala committee. As soon as I get an answer, I will revert. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the advisors have any insight to share?
If I may, Chair, Jacob, not that I'm aware of, Chair, but we can always go back, real and check yet again on the records if there was anything to that effect. But where I'm sitting, I'm really not aware of any letter in September 2025, but we can check. I'm not sure about Mr. Maleka.
Okay, finally, DM or DG, would you be able to enlighten us on the process on your side?
Honorable Chairperson, I would have to check with the Minister's office where I am. I do not have the actual details, Chairperson. I'm not too sure whether I can be allowed then to some time to just verify that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Listen, I was trying to get I was trying to get hold of the office of the minister to just check where the letter is so that we can share it. But I'm still struggling to get hold of the office. I'm gonna suggest that through your permission, Chair, I know we're not supposed to be part of the broader discussion on this subject matter. But should we not agree that the letter should be part of the overall inquiry that is going to be conducted?
DM, we've received a letter.
Would that not assist?
Received a letter we've received a letter. So what Honorable Singh is trying to understand is what would have transpired between what she has now clarified being the 2024 incident when the board chair wrote to the minister, the investigation that the minister would have said took place thereafter, and then her writing to us in October 2025. In my cursory look at the annexures, I don't remember seeing any investigative report either. Honorable members, Honorable Subrati, I hope you'll forgive me. Can I request that perhaps we go back and clarify these issues before we take a decision on how to proceed? Because even though, as the DM is saying, the letter would form part of such an inquiry should we resolve on an inquiry, I think it's just important that the process is clarified, how we get to be here now. So was the investigation, wasn't the investigation, and so forth. Would that be amenable to members? Thank you, Honorable Singh. I see you agreeing. Thank you, Honorable Subrata. So we will defer this matter, get those clarifications from the Office of the Minister. If there was an investigation, get the report and then revert with the statement. Honorable Singh, Honorable Subrata, can I take it then that you wanted to speak on the substance of the matter, or you would like to stand down at this point?
I think you have dealt with the issues. I was going to propose that we deal with that issue as well as part of our inquiry, but I think you've provided guidance that we get clarity on that letter first before we proceed. So I'm guided by that. And the reason I put my hand up again, I noted the Secretary Hajra referring to it as the Pala Pala Committee. I'd like to call a point of order. It's the Impeachment Committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Subrati, the Section 89 Committee. Okay, Impeachment Committee. Honorable members, let's not get involved in things that are not ours. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the presentation of the GCIS third and fourth quarter reports. I'll hand over to you, Deputy Minister. You will do your opening remarks, and the department will have 20 minutes to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me not be a terrible copycat, but I'm also in transit, so I'm not able to, with your permission, to put on a video because I had plans to travel today to a number of funerals that I traveled to in my constituency area. And it's a standard process that I undertake every weekend, so that's what I'm seized with. Chairperson and honorable members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Portfolio Committee to present the Government Communication and Information System 2025-2026 third and fourth quarter performance report as per the committee's program. The department has appeared before this committee in October 2025 to present our 2024-2025 annual report, followed by the presentation of 2025-2026 first and second performance reports in November and December 2025, respectively. The period October 2025 to March 2026 has been one of the heightened communication activity. From the G20 success of November 2025, the momentum of the government communication system has continued. Between October 2025 and March 2026, several high-impact campaigns were implemented by the department, including, amongst others, the G20 Summit, the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, including 16 days of activism, Safer Festive Season, Back to School, State of the Nation, and Human Rights Month. For this period, GCIS achieved an overall performance of 89% in both quarter 3 and quarter 4 against its predetermined objectives, with 31 out of 35 targets met. This is a 2% improvement as compared with quarter 2 performance, which was at 87%. In October 2025, the GCIS obtained cabinet approval for the revised government communication policy, strengthening its guidance and coordination of the government communication system. The GCP was first approved in 2018, and this Iteration 6 to strengthen key aspects of the norms, standards, and expectations of communicators. This revised government communication policy was socialized at Government Communicators Forum, Salga National Communicators Forum, Northwest HODs Forum, and Northwest Provincial Exco. I must also hasten to indicate here that I'll be meeting with the Free State Provincial Executive Council as part of our drive to socialize the government communication policy with all provincial executives in the country and municipalities. The process of institutionalizations and interaction across all provinces continued in the 2026-2027 period. The age of the attention economy prevails, and GCIS digital platforms continue their positive growth pattern and be relied on as a credible source of government news. A development communication posture remains central to the work of GCIS. GCIS implemented 968 development communication projects aligned to the National Communication Strategic Framework, 329 community activations, and 201 community dialogues. GCIS also published 2 full editions of Vukuzenzele in isiZulu and Shivenda to improve in language usage diversification. We have previously presented to the committee on the state of vacancies in the organization. GCIS has maintained an 80% vacancy rate against funded posts. Although 30% posts from the approved 2025-2026 recruitment plan were filled as of 31 March 2026, GCIS has experienced a healthy staff turnover rate. 19 officials left the department between April 2025 and March 2026 due to various reasons such as retirement, transfer, resignations, and end of contracts. The status of the 41 prioritized posts will be shared by the acting accounting officer as part of the presentation. The minister provided an update to the committee on the appointment of a permanent DG for GCIS during the budget vote 4 debate, and the post of the DDG content processing and dissemination was re-advertised as no suitable candidate was found. GCIS has spent 829,175,000 of its allocated budget, which is 100%. As at 31 March 2026, about 70,536,000 of operational budget was spent on designated groups and allocation, supporting inclusive economic growth and availing economic opportunity to women, youth, and people with disabilities. We are confident the system will continue to mature and strengthen as we approach and build up towards the 2026 local government elections and continue the implementation of the other prioritized campaigns in the current financial year. So without further ado, Chair, let me call upon the acting DG to present our Q3, Q4 performance report. But I think in my acknowledgement, I omitted acknowledging the chairperson of the board of MDDA, who is also part of the delegation of MDDA, who is with us today. So I acknowledge you, Professor Matibula, and if there are other board members, I also acknowledge them too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. You are welcomed, Chairperson, as well as members of the board present. Immediately following the GCIS report, we'll take the MDDA report and then go into discussions after. Acting DG?
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, DM and ministers in the platform, and DMs and all board members and my colleagues, good afternoon.
We want the video. We want the video.
We're trying to we're trying to.
There you are. Very nice. Thank you very much. You may proceed, DG.
Thank you so much. We had technology issues. Chairperson, I'm just going to be taking us through the overview in terms of both quarters that we're reporting for, and then the CFO will then come in when she has to present the financial performance. Chairperson, during the 2 quarters under review, I'm not going to go through the presentation outline just to save time. During the 2 quarters under review, particularly in quarter 3 and quarter 4, that's the time whereby we were busy as a department leading the G20 communication, which was an exciting attraction in coordinating the government communication system. It was a period that was characterized by growing visibility of the GCIS brand. And also we tabled our annual report in quarter 3, whereby we were celebrating our 8th consecutive clean audit outcome. In taking through us the program 2, which is content processing and dissemination, during the period under review, the community media advertising spend, it increased to 37% in the quarter in quarter 3 against the target of 5%. DM has also alluded to the government communication policy that was approved in quarter 3, and we started in quarter 4 with socializing the policy being led by the DM. And over 350 million audience engagements were recorded across government digital platforms, which includes even our provincial platforms as GCIS. And also during this quarter, our media platforms, they continued to grow, reaching about 4.4 million followers on GCIS managed social media platforms. DM has already alluded to the addition of isiZulu on Vukuzenzele. During this period also, honorable members, because we are leading the communication on the gender-based violence and femicide, we then undertook research so that we can understand whether we are making an impact in terms of government communication with regard to the gender-based violence and femicide. And we then had our results coming through by the end of quarter 4, and we are busy now for this financial year working on the action plan so that we can improve our communication. During the period under review as well, we drafted the revised sector code that was presented to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition on Black Empowerment Unit to clarify new provisions in the sector code. And we also had some workshops in terms of the amendment of the MDDA amendment bill. In terms of the audience reach across GCIS digital platforms, we exceeded our expectations, and the response rate to the citizens' queries, it improved through stronger monitoring and capacity, but we also managed to employ a system that assisted us. We are not saying we are there as yet, but we took this as a move in the needle. And we also identified critical current affairs for cabinet attention to maintain responsive communication. We also did media analysis on the presidency and the economy, and reports during SONA were prepared and submitted accordingly to the presidency. The advisory services were provided to the Eastern Cape Office of the Premier, including the COPTA MEC, and we also validated the data for the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluations Development Indicators, which then was also utilized to inform MTDP reports as well, and also was tabled to foresight so that the accounting officers across the 2 spheres of government can then understand the service delivery issues that they have to deal with and come up with action plans. We also engaged the Department of Water and Sanitation on tracker research, and the research study informed the campaign on the commemoration of 30 years of Constitution. We also supported the support for community media exceeded the annual benchmarks with about 20.8 million dispersed in 2025-2026 financial year, compared to 19.5 million in the previous financial year, marking a 6% increase on year-to-year increase. We also reviewed a total of 510 news stories as part of media monitoring and rapid response. I must say, Honorable Chairperson as well, that is reported by Minister during the budget vote. We also saw international media and domestic media taking more of our stories for their reporting. We initiated 15 engagements with broadcasters and international media and supported 23 media briefings across various departments, which includes the post-cabinet media briefings. And for the two clusters, the GSKIT and the SPSCACD, we delivered strategic communication projects, including the national dialogue support that we provided to the local government elections preparations, the Liberation Heritage Route repatriation, and the public service communication campaign. And we also assisted in terms of leading communication at a cluster level for the remainder of the three cabinet clusters. And we also had some public participation programs whereby we had face-to-face engagement with people, reaching about 6 million people through 300 outreach activities since December 2024. May I pass some of the slides just to save time, honorable members? And then in terms of coordinating the government communication system across all spheres of government, we developed some communication action plans. I think we reported that when we were reporting for Q1, which we are continuously monitoring on a quarterly basis. And those progress in terms of the performance on the communication plans, because we have ones for national departments and we have for all provinces. We then are holding the Government Communicators Forum, which include the Local Government Communicators Forum, and we then discuss those reports in those forums just to make sure that there is improvement in terms of coordination of the system, but also in terms of how we communicate as government communicators. Also, the Government Communication and Excellence Tool, we produced biannual GSET reports in terms of alignment to the government communication policy. And as part of the forums that we convene, we also discuss the implementation of such and being able to improve our work. The government communication policy being approved by cabinet prescribed that the operational budget of departments, there must be at least on the operational budget of departments, set aside 3 to 5% of their budgets specifically for communication. So I'm emphasizing that it's operational budget because it excludes compensation of employees, the transfers, and the capex. And the government communication policy also prescribes that 30% of communication on advertisement spend must go to the community media. We are also monitoring that. We are not there as yet in terms of the 30%, but we have put some monitoring tools in place so that we ensure that there's compliance in terms of the policy. The funding for communication research as well, the policy prescribes that for any communication campaign that is over 10 million rands, there must be research that is undertaken, full research that is undertaken, while in some smaller campaigns, we utilize the existing research. Can leave this one as well. We also trying, chairperson and honorable members, to make sure that we utilize all 11 languages in our communication, in fact, including the sign language, which becomes the 12th language. We are not there as yet, as this requires funding, but we are happy with the progress that we are making up to this far. And in terms of the campaign metrics on related development communication projects, we have had 234 activities across the country, whereby we have reached 5.6 million people. And we have had 28 focus research groups. And on online survey, we have had 301 fully completed entries with 2,263 participants. And on community radio programs that are led by GCIS, we have had 3 reaching 9 million people. This excludes the live community radio programs that are done by the departments, but facilitated by GCIS. You can move this one and this one. Chairperson, these are part of the pictorial in terms of the work that we do in coordinating the government communication system, whereby on issues like State of the Nation address, but currently as well, in fact, from last year, we are doing the same when it comes to local government elections so that we maximize the resources that we have that exist. So we do facilitate to make sure that we make sure that the whole of government communication system, there's delivery but also there's amplification in terms of the State of the Nation address, the State of the Provincial address, and the State of Municipalities address. In the previous slide, Chairperson, we are showing the work that we do in terms of coordinating the whole government communication system when it comes to local government elections. So we have what we call local government clusters, whereby we coordinate across the country in all municipalities. But we focus at a provincial level, but we make sure that each and every week we cover all municipalities. In fact, we cover all municipalities in terms of ensuring that there is communication when it comes to local government elections. These are just the photos that shows our coordination. These are just the photos that show our coordination in terms of the work that deals with the local government elections. Chairperson, go back. Okay, then when it comes to governance matters, Chairperson, we have 3 committees that enable the GCIS to ensure that we have adequate and effective controls in place. So we have the audit committee that is comprised of external committee members, whereby the internal audit function that supports management. Then we sort of have an internal audit and risk committee, whereby the risk and the internal audit functions, they assist us to ensure that we streamline, but we lead the ecosystem work of government to ensure that there's good cooperative governance within GCIS. So during this period under review, the audit committee has set and also has submitted a report to the accounting to the executive authority on the performance of GCIS as part of their oversight to GCIS, but also enabling the executive authority to be able to strengthen the work that she's required to do over GCIS. We have also had during this quarter as well 2 meetings for the Enterprise Risk Management Committee. And in the process, we have managed from our risk action plans to achieve 74% of our targets in terms of the risk management, which the committee was happy about, because they do evaluate and also check whether there is impact in terms of the work that we do. So basically, we institutionalize the work that we do based on our controls. Then we also have an ethics and integrity committee, which met once during quarter 2. That assists us to ensure that we instill within the organization good governance, but also strengthen the ethics, good ethics. And then in terms of the audit matters, the audit committee, it had its ordinary committee meeting in February 2026 to review our quarter 3 performance, both financial and non-financial, including our risk work. And as such, it also looked at the work that we do from quarter 1 up to quarter 3, just to make sure that we are having proper oversight, but also they look at our financial statements as well, just to make sure that by the time the Auditor General comes, they have exercised their oversight as well. Then going straight to the non-financial performance. During quarter 3, we have achieved 89% of non-financial performance, which is based on our APP. with Program 1 achieving 100%, Program 2 80%, and Program 3 94%. And in terms of the indicators that we did not achieve, the first one is the number of hours of content broadcast per week on Goza TV, which the target was 72 hours, and we have achieved less than the targeted 72 hours in terms of the Goza TV. Chairperson, we have worked hard in terms of coming up with mitigation measures and some proactive interventions so that we can deal with the underachievement in this target, because in all the quarters we have underachieved this target. Then in terms of the government media buying policy development, we have had consultations that we planned to do during the quarter under review. And during quarter 3, we have had internal consultations, including some consultations with other provinces and state-owned entities and local government. However, we didn't achieve what we had targeted, that we would have concluded the consultations and be able to consult the minister. And in terms of the number of audio-visual contents products from video unit, we achieved 501 audiovisual content against the target of 550. And then in terms of this one, and then in terms of the Program 3, we were supposed to have achieved the percentage communication interventions made by GCIS within 2 hours to manage government reputation. So we managed to achieve 61% and not 100% as per the plan. Chairperson, also on this one, not only that it was a new target, but also we have managed for this financial year to come up with measures that will enable us to be able to achieve this particular target. Then on going quarter 4 non-financial performance, it is the same, Chairperson, in terms of we achieved 89% in terms of the overall performance, with Program 1 achieving 100%, Program 2 moving from 80% to 81% in this quarter, and Program 3 regressing from 94% to 93%, Chairperson. And the targets that we did not achieve, Chairperson, the first 2 targets are the same targets that we did not achieve, which is the number of broadcast hours in terms of Goza TV. And Chairperson, as I've said, that we have managed that for this financial year, we put some systems in place so that we improve performance in this particular target. And then also in terms of the government media buying policy developed and approved, we had targeted that would have the adoption and rollout of the government media buying policy. And we had some challenges in terms of consultations with regards to the finalization of the media buying policy. And I must say that, Chairperson, some of the challenges were based on the fact that the media buying policy is going to be moving the departments from doing their own media buying and back to centralization within GCIS. So we had a number of inputs from various stakeholders, but also we had a number of sessions that we felt it was necessary that they be held, so that by the time we have the policy approved, we will be able to manage and ensure performance. And in terms of the percentage increase on advertising spent on community media by GCIS, we had targeted to have 5% increase. However, we have regressed and we had dropped by 39%. And purely it was because of the less campaigns implemented on quarter 4, during quarter 4. Chairperson, you mind the fact that quarter 4 include January, which generally there's low advertisement that generally takes place in government, and hence there was such a regression. And then the last time,
DG, you have run out of time. I'll give you 5 minutes to deal with the financial information, but your 20 minutes is up.
I'll hand over to the CFO, chairperson, to take us through the financial performance. CFO.
Good afternoon, honorable members, DM in the presidency and the colleagues from GCIS. For the 25-26 financial year, we have been allocated 829.3 million, of which we have spent 829.1 million. So at year end, we had spent 100% of the budget. The total underspending was 170,000, which is made up of 40,000 in program 1, 54,000 in program 2, and 76,000 in program 3. Can you move to the next one? Then in terms of our contribution to the inclusive economic growth, as GCIS, we spent 70.5 million on the designated groups, rural and township economy. For women, we spent 45.5 million. And then for youth-owned businesses, we spent 13.4 million. And then for people with disability, we spent 241,000. And then in township economy, we spent 9.1 million. And then on rural economy, the spending was 2 million. Can you please go to the HR part? Can you move to HR? Thank you. And then under human resources, as GCIS, we have an establishment of 500 employees. At year end, only 399 posts were filled, of which in terms of representation, we had 60% female representation and 40% male representation. And then looking in terms of the employment equity, we had 87% achievement in terms of African representation, 7% for coloreds, 3% for Indians, and 3% for whites. And then in terms of people with disability, we had 11 employees, which is a 3% achievement. Chairperson, at the beginning of the year, we had a recruitment plan that was signed, of which we had 41 priority positions, and then we filled 30 posts of those priorities. And then 4 of the posts were filled in April, 1 was filled in May, and then 5 posts were at different recruitment stages, and 1 post was being repurposed. Chairperson, we closed off the year with a vacancy rate of 80%. And also, this is a result that we also had early retirement applications, normal retirements, as well as resignations during the 4th quarter of the financial year. All in all, Chairperson, we had improvements in the measurement of campaigns. We had a revised government communication policy. We spent 100% of our budget, and also we filled 73% of the, and also we maintained a vacancy rate of less than 10%. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you very much, CFO, for that succinct report. Can we then take the MDDA presentation? Chairperson, I'll invite you for any opening remarks that you have, and the institution will have 20 minutes to present. So over to you.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee, and colleagues on the platform. It is my privilege to appear before this committee today on behalf of the board of MDDA to present the Q3 and Q4 performance for 2025-26 financial year. Allow me, Chairperson, at the outset to say that this is a particularly significant occasion for me personally. Today marks my final appearance before this committee in my capacity as the Chairperson of MDDA Board, as my term of office officially ends tomorrow, 6 June 2026. I therefore wish to express my sincere appreciation to the committee, to the executive authority, to the ministry, GCIS, to Deputy Minister, our stakeholders and management and staff, and all my fellow board members for the support and engagement and commitment to strengthening media development and diversity in South Africa. As I present this report, I do so not only as the outgoing chairperson, but on behalf of the MDDA board, which remains committed to advancing the media freedom, media diversity, access to information and availability for community and small commercial media across the country. Honorable Chairperson, the MDDA is reporting on its performance for Q3 and 4 of 2025-26 financial year against targets set out in the annual performance plan and the strategic plan. During the period under review, the agency maintained strong organizational performance, strengthened governance and oversight, and continued to advance its developmental mandate to support the community media and small commercial media. I am pleased to report, Chair, that the MDDA achieved 100% of its Q3 and Q4 performance targets, successfully meeting all indicators contained in the 2025-26 annual performance plan. This follows the achievement of all targets in Q1 and Q2, demonstrating a sustained organizational stability, sound governance, effective planning, and disciplined execution throughout the financial year. On internal environment, as at the end of reporting period, the MDDA improved its vacancy rate to 4.4. The agency also made progress in advancing its employment equity targets through the filling of the key positions. As part of the continued commitment to transformation and representativity, priority will be given to addressing the remaining employment equity targets, particularly in relation to the appointment of white employees and persons with disability. On the governance framework, the agency continued to maintain sound governance and effective oversight during the period under review. The board remained fully functional and discharged its statutory responsibilities, providing strategic direction on organizational performance, financial sustainability, and the future sustainability of community and small commercial media. There are a number of board vacancies that require filling, and the board looks forward to the support of this committee in ensuring that these appointments are concluded to maintain continuity, strengthen government, and enhance the board's ability to effectively discharge its oversight responsibilities. The Chairperson, the MDDA remains stable, well-governed institution and continued to advance the media development and diversity in South Africa. I now invite the Chief Executive, Ms. Shoshotu, supported by the Chief Financial Officer, to present to the House the remainder of the presentation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the MDDA Board, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and honorable members of the committee, colleagues on the platform. Also, I must not forget the Deputy Minister in the Presidency. Chair, the Chairperson of the Board has outlined the agency's performance in the period under review. I will be taking the presentation as read, and therefore will skip some of the slides which have not changed since our last reporting. The agency remains anchored in its vision of an accessible, developmental, diversified, and sustainable community and small commercial media. We execute our work anchored within the mandate. Starting off at Q3, the Chairperson of the Board highlighted that there was a drop in the number of vacancies within the agency. The agency does have positions that are unfunded, but for the positions that are funded, the agency has been able to improve in ensuring that those positions are filled and our EE targets prioritized. Chair, the agency has enjoyed a sustained growth and development within the organization. We have not had any resignations in the period under review, and instead in Q4 we're able to reduce that vacancy rate to 4.4% of the positions that are currently funded. In Q3, as the Chairperson has indicated, the agency was able to achieve 100% of its targets. There were 7 targets in this quarter, and I will outline those targets later on, looking at the programs that the agency delivers. One of the key highlights in terms of the work that the agency did was collaborating with the GCIS in producing a research project which also included stakeholder engagements with community media journalists and media practitioners generally on safeguarding women journalists, particularly online. We also played a big role in discussions around World Television Day and where community media is with the development and the changes that we are seeing in the consumption of news and information on various platforms. We had a number of stakeholder engagement, some championed by the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Kenny Morolong, including handovers of studio equipment to the Central University of Technology, as well as WAWA, both in the Free State. Chair, the agency has intensified capacity building, enabling community media practitioners specifically to gain skills that will help them to ensure that the sustainability, but also for those who receive studio equipment, which is state of the art, receive technical training to be able to maintain the equipment to elongate their lifespan. Chair, we also had a number of programs wherein we partnered with several organizations to focus on issues around gender-based violence and HIV and how community media practitioners are covering those in how they impact the community and the society that they live in. We had a youth media and digital literacy program which focused on podcasting and effective storytelling. Chair, while the agency's focus is on community media and small commercial publishers, we do recognize the need for digital literacy and skills, and we continue to empower community media practitioners to meaningfully participate in providing content, taking advantage of the digital platforms. Chair, again in Q4, we were able to achieve 100% of our targets. The chairperson did indicate that. Chair, in the interest of time, I only want to highlight a few programs that we've run under this area. There were a number of engagements with partnerships and with the National Electronic Media Institution, wherein we engaged students on the evolution of the media and how technology is impacting radio specifically. Chair, I wish to highlight again the area of capacity building, where the agency partnered with the Google News Initiative. Here we had programs that we implemented nationwide, where we were focusing on community media digital skills to help community media publishers and broadcasters to understand how technology is influencing their work, but also to ensure that they are not left behind in how their content is shared on the platforms. What made this training program specifically interesting was that we also focused on the use of indigenous languages and encouraging community media publishers and broadcasters to make the content that's produced in the various languages that are diverse in the country available online, thereby contributing to diversity in terms of content that can be consumed from various online platforms. One of the key areas that the agency has been focusing on to support community media to improve compliance so that the sector is able to benefit from advertising that comes particularly from government, but also the private sector. We've intensified our governance, compliance, and risk strategic planning training that is focused on the community media organizations and practitioners, not only the ones that are receiving funding from the MDDA, but targeting all of the sector as a whole. We worked with Gatleng FM, just to highlight a few, Botlokwa, Blowback FM, those that are in Limpopo, but we did cover the various provinces within the country. Again, because of limited resources, the agency then focuses in the areas where our needs assessment has indicated that the certain skill we are delivering is required, so we would prioritize those. We continue to deliver program on media literacy. In this instance, or in under Q4, we partnered with Umlazi, wherein we did a 3-day media and digital literacy program targeting the community within that area. Members might remember that in previous quarters, we had partnered with other broadcasters and publishers in other parts of the province, including the Western Cape and Limpopo. as we build towards the upcoming local government elections, the agency has partnered with the IEC and the South African National Editors Forum and other partners to empower community media with skills in ethics, dealing with issues around disinformation and fact-checking. The training is covering community media and media practitioners across the country, and we are covering all 9 provinces, and we continue to deliver on this training program. It will be augmented with additional tools that we will be making available for community media to enable them to effectively cover the local government elections. Chair, I will just highlight the delivery against the programs that the agency runs to deliver on our mandate. We have 5 programs. The first program focusing on governance, the second on grant and seed funding, and we have a program on partnerships, public awareness, and advocacy. The importance of the program on partnerships, public awareness, and advocacy is that we recognize the need for us to deliver on the mandate of the agency. We do need to have other key stakeholders and government entities to support us, and we continuously advocate for advertising spend to go towards community media, both from the side of government, but also within the private sector. And therefore, we have participated with GCIS on the workshops wherein we are discussing the need to support community media, specifically by government entities. Chair, under quarter 3, I'm just going to highlight just the key areas which I think are important in the interest of time. The agency had been able to develop our action plan to deal with the findings that had been raised by the AGSA, and to also put in place controls that will ensure that we have sustained audit outcomes in the clean audit that the agency received. We have ramped up our efforts in diversifying our sources of income and funding. The board then approved the agency's fundraising strategy, and we have started implementing in ensuring that we find partners that assist in ensuring that there is resources available for the agency to meet its mandate. Chair, here I want to only just focus on a few of these. We have identified key stakeholder engagements to support the agency with providing non-financial support to the sector. And as a result, we continuously drive at these engagements with the various stakeholders. The agency has also focused on improving its own brand reputation and meaningful impact on the mandate. And therefore, we've also ensured that we reach the target where media coverage is concerned, but the research on the safety of online journalism was one of the areas of interest that the agency enjoyed. Chair, we ran trainings in quarter 4 focusing specifically on capacitating community media with media skills, and these trainings are important as the sector seeks to professionalize to compete in a world where audiences are shifting online. I will then just move to the next areas, Chair. I'll skip some slides with your permission. Chair, I wish to highlight here that the agency has approved grant funding for 22 projects. Chair, this is in line with the targets that were set and also based on the availability of resources that the agency has, understanding the overall operational environment where there's over 200 community radio stations. We also were able to fund 10 publishers. The reason we were able to have a positive variance of 4 is that we have found some ways in which we are innovating in how we are supporting the publishers, including exploring a publishing hub at province level, which one of the publishers that applied for funding sought, and we will be looking at how that project goes and potentially adopt it so that we are able to effectively deliver on support specifically for the publishers where funding is most limited. We continue to support the sector with new and digital skills. I think I've highlighted those that while we had a conservative target of 20, and this is based on the resources available, there is a high demand from the sector, and we were able to then have a positive variance. Chair, I do want to move to the section dealing specifically with the financial performance information. Under Q3 and Q4 in terms of governance, the board had 6 board members, and I think the chairperson of the board has indicated that his term is ending. And so the executive authority has certainly communicated with the minister in terms of the vacancies that presently exist. The board of the MDDA operates through a number of committees, including the Audit and Risk Committee, which is independent and supports the agency in performing its work and achieving its mandate, ensuring that there's controls in place. I do invite the CFO to take the committee through the financial performance information, both for Q3 as well as Q4. Ms. Baji.
Thank you, and good morning, or rather good afternoon, to the committee members, honorable members, Deputy Minister and the Presidency, and all the other colleagues. The agency funded its activities through revenue that was generated in the quarter to date. We had 102 million by the end of quarter 3. Of that 102 million, 65 was coming from broadcast funders. So we had collected the majority of the USAF levy by the end of quarter 3. And then we received 30 million from the fiscus through GCIS. We also generated about 4 million from the interest income that we receive from short-term deposit that we hold with the Reserve Bank. And then we also had about 2.5 million from other, this includes the funds from MICCTA for our internship program, and as well as we had a project with GCIS that contributed to our research plans. And then in terms of expenditure, we spent about 82 million. 37 million went to grant expenditure. And then we spent about just over 700,000 on board cost. We spent 15 million on administration costs and 30 million, or rather 29 million on employee costs. And then I'll skip that and go straight to quarter 4 in the interest of time. Thank you. In quarter 4, we generated income of 114 million. As I've indicated that for broadcast funders, we had collected majority of the funds from broadcast funders by the end of quarter 3. Therefore, there was a very marginal increase there. And then we received all the allocation from GCIS, which was 40 million for the year. And then we generated income of 6 million from short-term deposits. And then we also, in terms of expenditure, we spent 103 million overall. 45 million of that went to grant expenditure. And then we spent 900,000 on a board cost. Is 18 million on administration expenditure and 39 million on employee costs. I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. That will conclude the agency's presentation. indicating that we did for the past 2 quarters then achieve the 100% performance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO, CFO, the chairperson. Thank you for also sticking within the allocated time limit. Chairperson, let's extend our gratitude to you for the years that you have committed at the MDDA, the role that you have played. We have seen you in many instances going over and above the call of duty. I do think I speak on behalf of the people of South Africa when we say that we truly appreciate you having given your time for this, and we wish you well in your future endeavors. And I liked that you said it's the last time you are appearing before this committee on the MDDA. You are not discounting the possibility of appearing in another capacity again. But sincere gratitude. Honorable members, those are the reports of the department, the Government Communication and Information System, as well as the MDDA. I will now open for engagement on the reports. I implore you to keep your questions succinct and to the point so that we can continue to manage our time effectively. May I see a show of hands on who would like to contribute?
Yeah, I'd like to come in. Sorry, I can't raise my hand.
Honorable Singh, you'll be followed by Honorable Subrati in that order, please. Honorable Singh, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies for that. I thought you said I'll follow Honorable Subrati. Chair, firstly, I think I welcome the presentations, and I would just like to echo your sentiments of gratitude to the chairperson of the MDDA board. Chair, there's quite a lot of positive coming out of these reports, but I still have a fundamental problem with a lot of these presentations having a very strong emphasis on outputs instead of outcomes. And we can't clearly see how it measures, these entities and departments measures the actual developmental outcomes of these activities, particularly in terms of jobs created, economic growth, community impact, and improved service delivery. So, Chair, I have a few questions regarding the GCIS. Before that, I'd just like to welcome the clean audit environment, their media spend exceeding the target of 5%, that was 37%, the strong digital engagement figures, and the increased support for multilingual communication through Vuk'uzenzele. But I do have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. The first is, the presentation repeatedly refers to strategic repositioning led by the minister, but it does not exactly explain what the strategic repositioning is. So if we could please have some information on that. Then the report states that there was over 350 million digital engagements. Could it be explained precisely how an engagement is defined and what evidence exists that these engagements translate into better public understanding or behavioral change? Because high engagement stats are only useful if they produce measurable communication outcomes. The second question, Chair, we received some research from the parliamentary unit that several APP indicators are not actively, I apologize, explicitly reported. So why were these indicators omitted? Excuse me, Chair. I'm going to stop.
Sorry, Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh, can you hear me? Am I the problem? I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you, Chair.
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Singh is silent.
Yeah, Chair, sorry about that. I just had a bit of a coughing bout, so I had to just mute myself. Then also, it says that the media advertising spend increased to 37% against the target of 5%. So has the GCIS evaluated whether this increased expenditure has improved the sustainability and viability? Because advertising support should ideally strengthen the long-term resilience of the sector rather than just provide temporary financial relief. And Chair, regarding the MDDA, I'm not actually going to comment on the board issues. We are dealing with that. So I just would note it, but not ask any questions. Whilst I welcome that it achieved 100% of its performance targets, but there was underspending of its budget by approximately 24%, including a 39% underspend on grant expenditure. So, Chair, does this suggest that the APP targets are insufficiently ambitious? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Please go get some water. Honorable Subrati, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. I hope Honorable Singh does feel better. We are quite worried, Honorable Singh. Let us know if you're feeling a little better. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. Let me get straight into my questions. My questions on GCIS is around the Goza TV's performance. Now, you averaged 39 hours of content broadcast per week for Q3 and 47 hours in Q4 against a target of 72 hours in both quarters. Now, that is a substantial underperformance. The explanation that we've given cites back-end infrastructure problems with the hosting company, poor network coverage, and capacity constraints. So around this, the question to GCIS is, have you quantified the cost of the Goza TV hosting contract? And is the service provider contractually bound to uptime guarantees that would trigger some sort of penalties for infrastructure failures that have been described? My second question to GCIS is around the reputation management response rate. The 2-hour reputation management response rate dropped to 61% in Q4. Only 11 out of the 18 interventions were actually completed within the prescribed timeframe. And GCI says that the approvals from line management were not always available. Now, does GCIS have a service level agreement with line departments on turnaround times for reputation management inputs? And if not, will the government communication policy implementation plan reintroduce binding obligations of this kind? Chair, I am concerned. Firstly, I must commend GCIS reports 100% expenditure of its 829 million budget, of which there's an underspending of just 170,000. Now, whilst this efficient spending is noted, I must then also observe that there are multiple performance targets that remain unachieved alongside this near-perfect budget execution. How then can a budget be 100% spent whilst key outputs, such as the Goza TV broadcast hours that I just mentioned, such as the media buying policy, which is something that this committee is consistently seized with, and the community media spend remained significantly below target? Chairperson, my questions around the MDDA, let me then also join you in thanking the chairperson of the board for his sterling stewardship of the MDDA. I think Honorable Singh may have alluded to this. Now, the grant expenditure for the year was 44.558 million against a revised budget of 73.49 million, and that's a 39% underspend. And MDDA has attributed this to timing differences to beneficiary payments. And this timing differences, we hear this coming through often. Now, can this committee be provided with a schedule that shows how many of the 22 approved broadcast grants? Can we get a schedule showing how many of these 22 broadcast grants and the 10 approved print and digital grants have been fully disbursed? How many remain partially disbursed? And what are the outstanding commitments as at 31st of March? And maybe my second question is, I see a significant difference in the other income. The other income for the year came in at 2.7 million against a budget of 6.01 million rands. That's a 55% shortfall, which was attributed to the MIC CETA internship learners project and the GIZ contract. Now, my question around that is, was the original 6.01 million budget based on confirmed commitments, or was it speculative projections? And what concrete steps is MDDA taking to close this gap in the current financial year? And maybe my last question is around the partnership with Google and the Google News Initiative, which I attended, and I also represented the committee at that launch in Cape Town. Can we get an indication from the MDDA whether Google, what type of funding Google have provided? Did they provide in-kind support, equipment, and maybe disclose to us the total value of Google's contribution? And was there any competitive, did the partnership undergo any competitive selection process, or was it just a direct engagement? Thank you so much, Chairperson. That will be all from my side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrati. Let's welcome back the Honorable last-born of the committee, who has been, I won't say missing, she has been missed. Honorable Alicia, you may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I never want to miss a committee meeting, Chair, but I am glad to be here back with the committee and for us to work. Forgive me, Chair, I'm using a handheld device. I know on Fridays I'm always on the go. Chair, it will be quick. I want to start with GCIS, Chair. I think for me, Chairperson, it's really sad that there's no report on how fast GCIS responds to breaking news or crises, right? Or even how fast they respond to emergencies, issues like, your service delivery protests, the floods, the xenophobic attacks, and this is dangerous. I wish they could see it the way I do, how dangerous it is to be quiet during those times, times when people are angry, when people are dying. I think those are the times that communication must be instant, especially when there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation that is flying around. This is where we always have GCIS found wanting or even missing, right? There are attacks that are happening in the country, especially now, with the issues of illegal, immigrants or xenophobic attacks, or the marches, the shutdowns that are happening, and tribalism that is taking place. But you see the GCIS not even communicating the position of, of government. Their mom, there is a communication that is going around for the 30th of June. We don't know what is happening there. And if that information is missing me, right, as a person who has interest in being informed, how much more other people, in different townships and in different villages, if this communication, because I'm saying this communication is missing me, I wish they had, a turnaround time to say, when we've got breaking news, when we've got crises that we're dealing with as a country, there is a turnaround time. We respond within an hour or 2 hours, but we don't see that when it comes to the GCIS. I find them as a department that is celebrating social media likes. And maybe they should ask, when you brag about 350 engagements, what has that changed? What is that changing? I can understand when you're celebrating the clean audit, but the report is failing on things that actually matter to ordinary people. They don't say how much is spent, Chairperson, on Black-owned and women-owned or youth-owned, media. They just say community media, and that is vague. Who actually got money from that 37% that they're talking about? And I think another issue for me, I also think that one isiZulu edition is a joke, especially when South Africa has got 11 official languages. One edition in one language in a space of 6 months is not inclusive access. I refuse to accept it as an inclusive access. That's not what it is. I think that's really a joke. And I don't think they taking that seriously. And importantly, Chair, and maybe this is my last point on GCIS, is that local government elections are coming, yet we're not getting a detailed plan. They're not sharing any detailed plan. The acting DG did say and showed us pictures about and mentioned. I heard her talking about local government elections, but there's no plan. There's no detailed plan that or them telling us how they will fight disinformation or how they're going to stay neutral. I think we do. We are people who have got interest in making sure that there is a guarantee of non-partisan communication, because we've seen how communication or how even government platforms can be used to push a certain agenda, especially during local, any elections. So I think that's something I would have appreciated if maybe they touched on that, Chair. And also lastly, for real, Chair, is that they say in the budget, they spent their budget on community media for their advertisement 7 times their target. Where did the money come from? And I'm not saying it's wrong, but where did the money come from? And maybe I'm interested in knowing which community newspapers actually got paid, because we've got this trend that government doesn't even pay, the platforms or people that they use to do the work. So maybe if they can share, and maybe even share with us how many Black-owned, platforms that they used or benefited from the money that they're talking about. And with the MDDA Chairperson, they say that they achieved 100% of their targets, and I would be celebrating because that's what I want to hear. But I think there's a big problem when you say that you spend far less money than what you planned, especially on grants meant for community media. So they say they did everything that they planned, but they didn't spend the money set aside for community media. That raises serious questions for me. How does that work? How can you achieve 100% performance, but you didn't spend the money? Can they then tell us how they achieved this 100% target that they're talking about, but still underspend, the grant funding? Because I don't see how, the two can be true maybe unless, I'm missing something, and they can explain it to us. So another issue for me is that they say that they failed to accredit, to get an accredited training program. They had partnerships with, companies like Google, and they had the IEC. And for me is that if now we're talking about an agency that is serious about skills development, why did they not have, accredited courses? Why did they fail to deliver an accredited training program? And lastly, Chair, they say that they did research covering 200 community publications, but I'm interested to know, what were the findings there? What did they find? What concrete funding decisions have they changed because of that research? Because, there is this thing of conducting research and then you do nothing about the outcomes of that research, and the research that end up collecting dust, or and then there's wasted money there. If maybe they can share with us, I'm interested to know, as a result of that audience and research covering those community publications, what is it that what was the outcome of that? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sorry, there's no sound.
Let me answer this call. Let me just be.
Chairperson.
My apologies. I lost network as Honorable Felicia was completing. I think Honorable Mphakathi, you are the last. You may proceed, sir.
Thanks, Chairperson. Deputy Minister and officials, honorable members. Allow me to hide my face. I'm in a very awkward place. Chair.
No problem, Honorable Mphakathi.
Yeah. Chair, let's welcome both reports. The achievement in terms of getting 100% as per the audit by the Auditor General's office. Let us welcome that, because I don't think it means they were able to manage or meet all the basic needs of these sectors. One is in relation to GCIS, just the allocation on township economy and rural economy. There seemed to be a low allocation for both, and yet the majority in any township in the country are the vulnerable, the working class across. And yet, when it comes to allocation, there's this low allocation, and it's a trend across. Perhaps we can get a logic as to why this allocation. Two, Chair, is in relation to the visibility of GCIS, particularly on matters, and I may be adding to what Honorable Felicia has just said, on matters that are sensitive and critical for the country, the image of the country. We all condemn what is happening in the country in terms of the alleged, and I'm saying the alleged xenophobic, whatever is happening. But I don't see GCIS taking up countries that are currently evicting illegal foreigners in their countries. Rwanda is just one of the countries. Nigeria itself has just evacuated plus or minus 800 last month, illegal. Niger, 1,200, and Ghana, while it is complaining, on the other side is chasing away illegal foreigners. Uganda, 169 as the first batch in their countries. And most of the Arab countries in the continent are on daily basis evacuating illegal foreigners. And I'm not sure this question of consistency when it comes to this. And that's why I'm saying GCIS has not yet risen up to the challenge, so that our people understands that South Africa is just isolated, but it's not the only country that is embarking on the question of these illegal foreigners in the country. And I'll reserve my comment, my views on this matter. It's a question of the consistency of the African countries. But whilst they are condemning this side, other countries are doing it this side. And I'm scientific on this one, because these countries are currently evacuating illegally foreigners in their own countries. That's one. So the question of a role of GCIS is not exactly felt by society as to, in defense of the country, as to exactly what is happening as far as this one. MDDA must appreciate really the role played by Professor Mthimula. We don't take it for granted, the role you continue to play in this country as one of the academics. A good legacy of stability in their institution, just adding to what the chairperson has already said. We must appreciate the role you are playing and the role you are going to continue playing in these very difficult sectors of our economy. The issue of the equipment to universities, we've seen the one when we visited Limpopo. We've shown the equipment you have provided, which I will highly appreciate, because that's where concentration of young people is. But could it be because these universities are unable to buy this equipment on their own, or you want to leave your own footprints in these universities? Because I don't believe that they don't have budget to buy their own equipment to enhance what government is doing. What exactly is the logic here? Well, there are sectors, there are sectors in our society and communities that are longing for this equipment for a genuine reason. They don't have the infrastructure and let alone the equipment. So I'm saying, how do you prioritize an institution that we believe have got the capability of actually, and I'm not saying, and I'm not be misconstrued to be saying they don't qualify to actually provide any service by government. I'm saying they have the capacity to buy their own equipment, and yours was just to ensure that they fall in line with what is expected by government. That's the logic, Chair, as far as that is concerned. The last one, Chair, is in relation to the assessment. I'm grappling to understand how then do you get the feedback by these communities? When you're talking radio communication, radio station, whatever, what mechanism are you using to get the feedback so that you are able to evaluate the impact you are making to these institutions in society, so that you may be able to actually ensure that your strategies are working, and also the areas of weakness in terms of your own implementation. The last one, I raised this for the second time. I visited one of the stations, the radio stations in Humansdorp in the Eastern Cape. You supplied recently that radio station with equipment for one studio, but that community is a mixed community. The colored majority, Xhosa-speaking people in majority, and they are sharing the same studio. And when I witnessed that, the question that the challenge of managing time allocated for these communities is the big challenge. When we met the board, they actually raising this particular issue, the question of infrastructure that is very poor in that institution. How do you ensure that as you provide equipment, again, you prioritize the infrastructure of the same institution so that you leave a good legacy in your provision of a society that is dignified, that is reflective of a presidential office intervention when it comes to this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mphakathi, honorable members. Let me not eat into time that the department will have to respond. So my questions are straight to the point. One, for G20, can you confirm whether SABC was the host broadcaster? If not, why not? Let's welcome your 8th consecutive clean audit report. On the policy that was adopted, the communication policy, how are you going to be funding? I mean, how are you going to be tracking that indeed departments are allocating, I think you said between 3 and 5% of their operational budget to communications? The MAC sector charter, you indicated that you are busy reviewing that. What does that entail? And do we have the figures, the latest figures of transformation regarding that? Also, sorry, on the communication policy, you said you designated 30% of spend to community and small commercial media. Why is the SABC excluded from designated funding, given the challenges that we all know, and with the SABC being a state-owned enterprise whose financial challenges are well known, and this portfolio committee has repeatedly raised the issue of government support through advertising through the public broadcaster. And then my final question, I concur with Honorable Mphakathi with regards to the township and rural economies. However, maybe it is I who doesn't know how to read those figures that you presented. You indicated a certain figure, which I don't have opened in front of me now, that you said was the amount spent on women, youth-owned enterprises, people with disabilities. Then you said township and rural. So first, I want to make sure there's no double counting there, because a township enterprise can be a youth-owned enterprise. So how do you ensure that your figures are correct? But also, if you add up the numbers that you presented to us, they don't add up to the global figure that you outlined. If you could please just clarify that. Let me hand over to you, DMDG Chairperson, for your responses. We have until 16:25 for your responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to suggest that we start with the GCIS. We then move on to MDDA. I will summarize. Thank you very much. Acting DG.
Thank you so much, DM. I will allow the CFO to respond on the designated group spend, and then Mr. Nene will come in and talk to you, and then I will talk to the rest. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson and ADG. On the designated groups, there is no budget allocated for the designated groups. What we normally do when we plan the procurement, we indicate that for specific contracts, our target is women-owned businesses or youth-owned businesses or businesses owned by people with disability. And then we indicate in terms of location whether they should be township or rural economy. So based on the proposals that we receive from the suppliers and the supporting documents that provide, which is your BBE certificates, so we allocate then the points around that. Then through the logis system and our SPMS, we calculate how much then we have spent around those key areas that we have highlighted. So in terms of double dipping, we also disaggregate the information on the system to see which ones are only rural and which ones are only township, and then which do not also factor on the women, youth, and people with disability. So we do the disaggregation of the information to ensure that there is no double dipping. So for 26-27 going forward, we will only be monitoring the spending on women-owned businesses, youth-owned, as well as people with disability. So Chairperson, I'm not, you said the figures were not tallying. So the total global picture of the spending on designated groups and the locations, it was around 70.5 million, which is made up of the 45.5 million on women, 13.4 million on youth-owned, 341,000 on people with disability, 9.1 million on township, and 2 million on rural economy. So we added those three to get to the 70.5 million total spending. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, before you come in, can you just explain, sorry, I may have missed it. Why are you saying that 2026-27 you won't be reporting on township and rural enterprises?
Okay, it's based on our APP targets. We have now removed the township and rural economy in terms of the calculation of our contribution to the economic growth. Thanks.
Okay, I'm sure the DM will explain that seemingly very unfortunate situation. I apologize for the interruption. Please proceed, DG.
Chairperson. Oh, thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, just to explain that SABC is playing on the remaining 70% of the 70% of the spent by government. So 30% is meant for community and small commercial media. However, SABC is allocated 70% along with the other two tiers, including both commercial and public broadcasting. So they are exclusively competing in the 70%, so which is probably a big jump if you look at the amount that we're spending on SABC. Chair, your direct question was G20. SABC indeed was the host broadcast. Now, the other question that you asked was, how would we measure the extent to which there's compliance with our communication policy, the revised one? So within the policy, Chairperson, is what we called the Communication Excellence Tool. It's a tool that measures the performance of government communications, including the communication output, the number of campaigns, and the platforms that were actually used, including the post-campaign analysis report that comes afterwards. So we do have a tool that we are able to utilize in dealing with the measurement of performance of government communications. In addition, Chairperson, we are now using the tool which has been extended to the provincial government. We are piloting with the local government as well, because ultimately the objective is to ensure that the entire communication system is measured. The MEC Charter Council that we've done, we were required to revise the code because the law says every 4 years you need to revise the code. The Sector Charter Council undertook a consultative process in all the 9 provinces, and they've now submitted the report, and the report is waiting for the Minister of the GCIS, because the GCIS Minister is actually the custodian of all transformation charters in the country. Once approved and gazetted by the Minister, of course, the new provisions in the code will become enforceable. You've asked specifically in terms of what has happened before that. We have produced what we call the annual transformation report that measures the state of compliance of the code by the private sector, looking at the 7 elements. Maybe, Chairperson, we can finish the annual transformation report, but I think for the purpose of this meeting is to say that the sector is now generating about 130 billion rand per year. But the most interesting thing is about 7 companies are actually dominating, and these are global companies that dominate in the space. Chair, there was a question around the minister's role in terms of the strategic direction of the department. Chairperson, we can confirm that the ministry met with the management in terms of how do we then address one of the critical pillars. The first was, how do we deal with our own research that says 60 to 70% of government communication output is in English. And we needed to also then adhere to the Use of Official Languages Act, which has given rise to, the first thing is that we were then able to implement what we call the integrated platform channel strategy, which then says from the department's governance processes, we are no longer writing as per the different units. So in other words, SA News journalists are not going to be writing for SA News, for Wizens and all of that. We are now doing what we've called it's what we call the content harmonization process. It has also given rise to the editorial content meetings, the meetings that are sitting every Monday or every day in the morning at 7 o'clock. What are we doing, Chairperson? We are trying, and we've been successful in our view in increasing the share of government's voice, but also in terms of diversifying our languages, but also in terms of the content diversity. Hence, when we refer to the fact that we have full publications that are now run in Afrikaans, Tshivenda, isiXhosa, and that's a full publication, Chairperson, which then takes into account the consumption patterns and the interests of those communities, not just pushing information. So with that, Chairperson, what we then have is that we are now then saying that's part of the strategic direction, because we are moving with the audience, but we are also looking at what constitutes the interest of our audience. Now, the other element, Chairperson, that was asked was in relation to the GOZA TV. First of all, I think we've indicated the point that we only pay about 34,000 rand just for the hosting part. So that's the part. However, the challenge that we have with the target is that it was a non-accumulative target. So if you missed it on 1 week, then it messes up the entire order in terms of your target. We've since then developed what we call a GOZA TV equipment plan that looks at the totality of the infrastructure that is required, the technical capability within GCIS that we need to require, but also we are working with provinces and all the national departments so that we can mine content. Because the most important things for us to actually draw the numbers is that we need to have compelling government content as part of what we are doing, Chairperson. The other element, Chair, is that how do we measure the engagement rate? Chairperson, we must say that within GCIS, we use a global system called the Omnichannel. So what the system does is that it allows us to give us insight in terms of who has downloaded our content, who has shared our content, who has saved our content, and how much time do people spend on all the GCIS managed OTT or it is social media platform. We've got about 60 of them, Chairperson. So that's quite a lot. With time permitting, we can also then be able to name that we've got YouTube, WhatsApp channel, we've got radio bulletin that we always run. We also then issue radio bulletin of the morning, infographics that we actually post. All of these things are the ones that have helped us to deal with the issue of engagement. So we don't measure so much the likes part, but what we measure is the hashtags, because all our campaigns have the hashtags, which allows us to measure the extent to which people are spending time sharing our content and downloading our content. So, and of course, what we do is that through that system, it then allows us to be able to engage our audiences. For instance, where someone is looking for whatever information, we're able to use that system to respond, but also to deal with issues that would be harmful in terms of the content that is shared there, that is harming the brand, which is brand government. So I thought, DG, those are the issues that were asked.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I will then talk to the remainder. I think the one around the full editorial in a certain language, Mr. Nene has responded to it. Safe to say, Chairperson, we are utilizing the resources that are available to us as an institution, and therefore, quarterly, we then have to have a full publication of Vukuzenzele in a language other than English. So the Zulu one was on quarter 4, but on quarter 3, we had a different language one. Then in terms of the local government election plans, Chairperson, there is a plan that we have. There's an IMC, which is the Interministerial Committee on Local Government, that sit on a monthly basis whereby we report. And as GCIS, we coordinate all 3 spheres of government and some entities, including the Demarcation Board, and we also have a working relationship with IEC as well. However, Chairperson, we can share the information with the honorable members. There is a plan that was approved, and I need also, Chairperson, to indicate that the plan itself was costed. However, when National Treasury allocated funding, we were not allocated even a single cent. So what we are doing is just to leverage on what is available in the system and maximize our potential across all spheres of government. And Chairperson, I can also safely say part of what we had costed as part of the plan was to run a civic education program on SABC, which fortunately enough, IEC now has come in and they are paying for that. So that also talks to the relationships and the coordination of the system, that whilst we haven't been given any money, but IEC has stepped in, and then they are funding that SABC program. It's going to be running on SABC 1, and it's clearly non-partisan, but just a civic education. The other one, Chairperson, is about the expenditure on community media. It was properly driven by the 26 million that we were allocated for G20. So given the fact that that 26 million is not affected in this current financial year, we will see the figures coming down to what we've been spending and really reporting on. And then in terms of the also the media spent on community media as well. As I've said, Chairperson, that it was driven by G20 funding. So really, it's not going to have any viability and sustainability impact because it was just a once-off budget. And then, Chairperson, in terms of the visibility of GCIS, it is important that I also emphasize, Chairperson, that whilst we get to be visible as GCIS, we also coordinate and facilitate communication. And therefore, on some issues, particularly, I want to draw it down to the issues of migration, and particularly irregular migration. I personally and some colleagues also did some media interviews on various platforms of particularly broadcasts, whilst we also had some op-eds, and we are communicating on social media. And is that sufficient in terms of GCIS visibility? Chairperson, it becomes important that whilst we have to communicate and respond to the issues on the ground, we also utilize these as an opportunity to provide a public education as well. So hence we then had to bring in various players within government who must then anchor the communication around the same. And the communication that we have seen driven by the Minister of DECO, it was initiated by GCIS so that we can ensure that we adhere to diplomatic issues that needed to be respected, because we look at the issue of migration as an ecosystem, not only on irregular migration, but we also look at its impact in terms of economy in South Africa, but also the other businesses that are operating outside South Africa. Hence, you then see that some of the things we provide, education and kind of communication rather than direct confronting, because we want to ensure that the companies of South Africa that are operating in these countries are not affected. But also, DECO did engage the embassies and so forth. We also have deputy ministers who are also working on this, particularly around the employer's responsibility, because part of this is the fact that the employers, they also employ illegal migrants or immigrants. And therefore, hence, we have these scaled up inspections so that it can be addressed from that angle. We also have net joints that also coordinate the whole of government, including provinces, on the same. Hence, you have seen that they are also briefing and so forth. There's also an IMC on migration chairperson that also assists us. Hence, you saw the media briefing that took place last week, Monday, and the engagement of the parties and so forth. We also, chairperson, do say we need to do more. So we are not saying that is sufficient, but we are also saying there is work that we are doing as GCIS directly, but also leading, coordinating and facilitating. And facilitating is about creating an environment that assists us. And as such, chairperson, where we are right now, given the fact that the president will be having a family meeting on Monday, is the fact that we are consolidating various aspects of the plans and decisions that were taken as far back as 2018, so that we can ensure implementation, but also communication on progress since that 2018. Then in terms of the reputation management with regard to service level agreement, we developed a standard operating procedure which was communicated to the accounting officers. As part of what Chairperson I said, we are looking at performing differently in terms of this target going forward. And that standard operating procedure that was communicated to accounting officers enables us as GCIS to just issue a standard holding lines while the department are going to be coming with the content. But it also allows either myself when I'm available or the deputy spokesperson to be able to engage with the media. Then we also have a chairperson look at the issues that were raised with regard to 100% expenditure vis-a-vis the 89% achievement in terms of the non-financial performance. Chairperson, in terms of the non-financial performance, whilst we pay for the hosting in terms of the Goza TV, the work itself is done by internal GCIS resources. And therefore, that doesn't impact on the 100% expenditure. Because the 34,000 that Mr. Nene referred to is just the hosting, but the actual work is done by us, which we account for that expenditure in terms of the compensation of employees. And also the reputation management as well. We don't have any expenditure on reputation management that is direct to the performance of the indicator, but we have indirect, which is our own salaries, because the work is done by internal staff of GCIS. And then in terms of the community media spent on quarter four, which is less than the target and is also reflected to be not aligned to the 100% spend. Chairperson, the community media spend is based on the actual amount that goes to advertising. So basically for the year, we have targeted that we would spend X amount of money. However, in quarter four, Chairperson, there was less advertisement that took place in quarter one, particularly for the January month. And therefore, it is not directly related to the 100% expenditure. Safe to say it is because the overall expenditure was less in its entirety. Chairperson, I would want to believe that we have exhausted the questions. if there are any that we have left out, it's not by intention, Chairperson, we can always respond to them.
Thank you very much. Can we get the MDDA?
Thank you very much, Chair. The chairperson of the MDDA board has indicated that he's had to travel. Myself and the CFO will answer the questions. The CFO will answer the question relating to the underspending. Chair, I will then start by taking the committee and the colleagues through the rest of the other questions. In terms of the question by Honorable Subrathi on the Google partnership and the workshops that we delivered, we went to 6 provinces with the workshops, and yes, we did look at the number of people that attended, as well as the languages of emphasis that we were targeting in those various provinces. Chair, we do not know the amount Google spent on the project. They paid for all of the other associated costs of the workshops, including the production of the training manual and recruiting of trainers in this area. We supported them in ensuring that we get the relevant trainers that understand community media. And so they utilize the service provider to pay directly those service providers we worked with, where we worked with service providers. Majority of the delivery was in collaboration as well and with the support of GCIS, where the facilities were public buildings or infrastructure. For example, in the Western Cape, we're at Isiko Museum. We also used the PAL Tusong Center. Chair, to answer Honorable Delisha's question on how it is possible for the agency to achieve 100% of our targets while there's still an underspend, is that the targets was for us to approve projects to receive support for funding. These are both the broadcasters and the publishers. What has changed in the way in which we are implementing our programs is that we have to ensure that public resources are utilized in line with what the community media practitioners and the beneficiaries have agreed on. As such, we have very robust controls in place to ensure that before grants are dispersed or funds are dispersed from one tranche to the next, the conditions have to be met, as the grants themselves are conditional. I do want to assure this committee that the agency targets achieving 100% of full implementation of projects that are funded. And this is stated clearly in engagements and discussions with the beneficiaries that we work with. Honorable Delisha, through you, Chair, in terms of the training, perhaps I wasn't completely clear. We were able to deliver an accredited training. It was that technical training for community broadcasters, and we did deliver it through a partnership. We partner with NEMISA. They are a strategic partner, particularly in terms of media training, digital skills. And so our mandate and theirs have a nexus in which we connect. We are also co-located here at the SABC campus where we are staying, and capacity building, skills development is a key competency. We've entered or signed a memorandum of agreement with NEMISA to support us then in delivering those training. The agency at this present moment is developing a more programmatic approach to our training. However, we are not seeking to get accredited to deliver training, as we are realizing or leveraging through the partnerships that we have. We mentioned MIC CETA earlier on, to be able to achieve that area of our work. Chair, in terms of the research outcomes and outputs that we get and recommendations from the research reports, I'm happy to indicate that in the current financial year, the MDDA board has asked that the Projects Oversight Committee that deals with the implementation of projects and projects management or provides oversight in that area hosts a workshop to consider the recommendations from the various reports, including our monitoring and evaluations report, to ensure that we are responding to the developments within the sector, but also there is impact in the interventions that we are providing. I think just a general question, which also responds to the outcomes versus outputs, but also the impact in the projects that we've supported. And I'm linking here the question by Honorable Mphakathi. that I do agree that there is a need for us to have an integrated support for community media, especially those that are in rural areas who, even with the initial capital investment to support them, they are unable to negotiate with municipalities, or they could be far from municipal building or even other institutions that could assist them with a space or location to place the stations, or are unable to also get additional advertising. At this present moment, because of the limitation of resources, the MDDA's funding is periodic. The Projects Oversight Committee meeting will also then consider whether there's a need for the agency to reconsider the funding approach. And I'm certain that the outcomes will then also be reported in this committee through the chairperson of the board. Chair, in terms of campus radio stations are community radio stations of interest. They are not, they operate from the universities, but they are owned by the communities that are around those universities that they are in. Some universities do allocate funding, like UNISA Radio gets a substantial support from the university to run the operations, but you would have stations like TEFLOP and Univen that would have limited resources, particularly for capital investment. And so our role as the agency is to support the sustainability of all the community radio stations, but also recognizing the uniqueness of the community stations that are based within those universities, particularly in the area of skills development and becoming a vehicle to empower the youth and young people as they get out of university to have the relevant skills within the media space and the related industries. Chair, I will invite the CFO of the MDDA to please respond to the questions relating to the gap or the expenditure, under expenditure rather. Ms. Baji, thank you very much.
Thank you. With regards to grant expenditure, we changed the specifications for the equipment that we buy, so that delayed the disbursement for specifically for equipment a little bit. Also, we have increased the term of the contract from 12 months to 18 months. So the project are still under disbursement. Unfortunately, a financial year, it also ends ends in March, and the contracts that for the cohort for the previous financial year is ending in September. So the work is still ongoing. So that's what we refer to when we say it's a timing difference. The projects run the projects themselves in terms of procuring, and when they have met all the terms of the granting aid agreement, then we disperse. So the projects are still busy, and they have up until September for the cohort that was signed up in the 2025-26 financial year. And with regards to other income, let me first start by apologizing for not including the information in the comments. We recognize the revenue for EDF, which is based on the disbursements that we would have done in the year as part of year-end activities. So when we come to present the annual report, that variance won't be there, because by end of Q4, we hadn't yet done the recognition of EDF income, hence the difference. We did receive everything that we were supposed to receive from MIC CETA. So there's nothing that's still outstanding from the CETA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are over time. Deputy Minister, do you want to have any concluding remarks?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not going to take long, but let me appreciate the opportunity that we're given to engage with you this afternoon. Let me convey my profound appreciations to Professor Mathebula for having served the best in his
I keep losing sound, Honorable Mphakathi, my apologies. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Can we then, colleagues, allow the GCIS and the MDDA to be excused if they would wish to, and we move on to the other department, being the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. They will have 30 minutes to present their document. We will engage it for an hour, which would then bring us to 6 o'clock, which will have to be the conclusion of our meeting. And as we said, the deferment of any remaining items. Who is leading the delegation from the department? Can I assume it's the Director General?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the honorable members. Now I see that it's just showing a table. Pardon me. I will try and fix the camera timelessly. Honorable members, this afternoon, I think firstly, once again, to re-table the apologies of the Minister and the Deputy Minister. The Deputy Minister had a select committee engagement, and then after which he had to travel to Cape Town, just to correct the record as well. We had the select committee visiting doing an oversight on the SABC. Chair and honorable members, I would like to then request our colleagues, Zayton, to assist, or I don't know if maybe they can give the hosting rights to Justice to assist with the projection of the presentation. We present to you Q3 and Q4 of the Department of Communications performance for the period 2025-2026. Honorable members, as we stand to date, we're sitting at a performance of 81%, having moved from 63% in the previous round. Now, there are quite a number of areas of success. I think one of the key achievements, obviously, is that this is reflective of the fact that we are now deep within the implementation of the MTDP target, at our targets for the MTDP. As a department's commitment, we're focused in terms of enabling digital transformation policies, strategies, regulations, as well as legislation. And in this regard, we've ticked the box in all of those. We've increased meaningful internet connectivity in the country, and also ensuring a secure digital infrastructure. And this was despite the challenges that we had with obviously the budget constraints, the rollover that we wait for, and which we finally were able to receive end of December. And therefore that meant commencement with our plans only in January of this year, leaving us with only three months for execution. But the entities have tried best to ensure that we meet the target. In terms of affordability and connectivity, honorable members, I'm really happy to just showcase that I think as a department, we have seen an increase in terms of the smartphone subscription in the country, around the 10% growth path. But I think the most critical thing, and that talks to the issues of affordability, we have also seen a reduction of the cost of data. And since 2026, this is now gradually reduced to about 51%. but most, again, critical through the engagement that the minister has had with the Minister of Finance. We've seen the reduction of tax in terms of the low-end smart devices, and that obviously then secured an increase in terms of the 16% in the first smartphone buyers market. We are continuing with this work, and you will see obviously in our future APP program as well. Perhaps then to quickly then highlight, still going up again in terms of our strategic priorities, on the demand-led digital skills, we're continuing to work with our entities, but also widely with the sector as well. And we finalized during this reporting period the compact as well that will basically identify the niche skills area. And then in terms of governance performance, honorable members, we've seen an increase.
Sorry,
and
DG. It's DG. Apologies. Your screen doesn't seem to be moving.
Oh
Unless
no, I
the
was just
problem is on
providing
my
a
side.
it's a strategic overview, Chair.
No problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So again, whilst I'm going to hand over to my colleague soonest, I think maybe just to ramp up on this particular issue, I think one of the issues that we were been battling with, and I think successfully or in the movement in terms of increasing the good governance within our entities, addressing obviously the governance challenges, but also improving what would then be the audit outcome of our entities as well. And obviously others would have been the interventions that we have made in as far as supporting them and moving them to being more relevant in terms of fulfilling their mandate. There are certain risks, honorable members, as I conclude, perhaps just to highlight them, because I think this department plays a very critical role in terms of advancing the MTDP, as well as obviously economic growth of the country. With regards to our entities, I think the financial sustainability of the entities is quite key. We're seeing quite a number of risks increasing in this, but we're looking at interventions in terms of supporting them beyond the dependencies on the fiscus. And so there is work underway on that. The SA Connect, the issues with regards to the funding disruption continues also to be a challenge. Whilst at the same time, though, we are working in terms of the SOC rationalization, and you would have seen therefore improve progress with regards to the CETA business model reform, the BBI Centec rationalization, as well as obviously the de-establishment of USASA. So honorable members, if we then move to the next slide, please. I think I've provided already I've provided the quarter from quarter 3 to quarter 4. If we move to slide 5, please, you would then highlight in terms of some of, as I said, the key achievements that we have done. I would like to also emphasize on the fact that a lot of last year's focus was on the G20. Over and above the G20 digital economy work program, which we did successfully well, as well as we also were given the task in championing one of the president's 4 priorities under the G20, which was the AI task force. And again, supporting this work within the regional context. And we've also seen, therefore, our work and efforts in terms of the global ICT reforms. We are also happy that all of this then was reflected in the outcomes summit resolution on terms of the work of the G20 as well as the AI task force. But over and above this, I think what is important to really show value and the return on investment, we've seen some investments in the areas of AI and supporting the growth in the both in the country as well as within the continent. I would like to then invite the colleagues from the SPM to be able to take us then through the details of our performance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the committee and the DG. I will quickly run through the presentation as the DG has already covered most of the ground with regards to the performance. Chair, we also wanted to highlight the areas of impact in terms of the areas that we have achieved in between quarter 3 and quarter 4. And then maybe let me just go straight, Chair, to the areas where we have achieved in terms of the programs. In terms of our programs, Chair, in quarter 3, program 1 performs 100%, program 2, 50%, and program 3, 78%. And maybe, sorry, Chairperson, maybe before I proceed, my name is Justice Libago, the Chief Director for Strategic Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Chair. Apologies for that. And the program 4, Chairperson, we were sitting at 25%, and program 5, 67%, and program 6, 56%, and overall we're sitting at 63%. So in quarter 4, Chair, there was a big push, based on the engagement with all relevant stakeholders and the lead from the department and the DG in terms of us making sure that we push our targets, and then hence there's a big push and improvement where under program 1 administration we're sitting at 100%, international program 2 we're sitting at 100%, program 3 as well we were sitting at 100%, and then we fell short in program 4 when one target was not achieved, and then program 5 all targets were achieved, we're sitting at 100%, and program 6 we fell short by 5 targets that were not achieved, where we've achieved 44%. And overall of the 31, 25 were APP targets, 25 were achieved, 6 were not achieved. We're sitting at 81, Chairperson. This is information that has been audited. Chair, without necessarily dwelling much on each slide, suffice to say in terms of the internal IT strategy, we managed to push and then make sure that we achieve over and above what we have targeted of 5% by 11.4. And then the 100% of valid invoices, we can also break down for this information in terms of, the SMEs that we've paid, and even the issue of people with disability, young people and women as well, Chair. It was 100%. This was the case throughout the whole year, Chairperson, quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Disaster management as well, we managed to achieve the target, Chair. Under program 2, Chair, I won't really spend much time if you allow. Suffice to maybe to go to the targets that DJ already touched on the issue of the G20, the task force, and the digital economy working group that we have achieved those targets and even develop relevant outcomes, so that, we in our international space, we are also having an influence. In terms of program 3, we had made quite a lot of progress with regards to the legislations. Audiovisual target is achieved, digital economy master plan is achieved, Chair. The cost to communicate is achieved. The target on the IECNS licenses has been achieved, as well as the target on the ECA amendment bill. It has been submitted to the Foresight Chairperson. The target was on the issue of the framework of the review of ICT sector. We managed to also achieve this target as well. And the sunsetting of the 2G, 3G network, we managed to engage with our mobile network operators, and then we are aligned, we monitored, their progress, we are engaging, and this engagement is continuous, Chairperson. And then in terms of the equity equivalent investment program, we also achieved that in terms of developing the framework. And the draft business case for SABC funding model, we also achieved that, Chairperson. Under program 4, we achieved the issue of, the state-owned entities reports being received and we analyzed. And the issue of governance, SO governance, we achieved that. And the review, the draft SITA review model being developed, we also achieved that. We fell short in terms of the roadmap document on the options to rationalize PBI and Centec. However, there's been a lot of work that has happened since we appointed the service provider, Chair. Under program 5, we managed to continue in terms of the developing the position of our target was 1,000 public services connected. We connected over 7,397 to be exact in terms of the public service facilities being connected. And in terms of the Wi-Fi, all the Wi-Fis that were connected were ensured that they are secured. And then we connected 7,087 Wi-Fi sites that has been secured. In terms of the program 6, the target on the 100% of zero rating for national government services, Chair. We have done a lot in terms of the services that are within the DCDT portfolio. However, the target is not achieved. So what we have done was to submit applications or to develop .gov.za platform and to make sure that all e-services that are in the portal that we were working with SITA are zero rated. However, there are other services that are not yet free or zero rated because we are still engaging with other departments such as Home Affairs, the Department of Health, and other departments to make sure that all services are zero rated. This target, we are very hopeful that by the end of this term, meaning 2029, Chair, it will be achieved. So the engagement is ongoing. In terms of the digital transformation roadmap, we managed to achieve that and then perform above our targets of 20% of initiatives, and then we are sitting at 25%. The research on the digital competency has been achieved, Chair, and the draft policy on AI, as you are aware that it has been withdrawn. However, by the time of reporting and the time of auditing, Chair, that we had done all what was targeted, Chairperson. Hence, we are also reporting it as achieved. So by the 25th of March, this was before the target has been, the AI policy has been withdrawn, Chairperson. This information, as indicated, is audited. Hence, we are reporting it as such. In terms of the other targets, we are having 3 targets that are falling in the same unit or branch or unit. That includes the monitoring reports in terms of the procurement, and participation of women, youth, and persons with disability in the SME development, employment equity, and procurement in the SC sector. This one, Chairperson, is not achieved. The challenge that we had was that we did not receive the information on time, and there was also the issue of delay in terms of the unit to make sure that we get this information. However, there are catch-up plans that has been developed, Chairperson. The other target is with regards to the 365 days of no violence. With this one, the work has happened in the 3 provinces. The delay was due to the fact that we had wanted the program managers to develop programs that are guiding this implementation. Unfortunately, the team delayed in terms of providing necessary documents to make sure that this 365 of no violence program is implemented across all 9 provinces. Hence, only 3 were done. That also goes with the youth and children program, Chair. We couldn't get the final provided programs from the unit to ensure that the program is monitored and aligned and implemented and executed in line with the implementation program, Chair. The last target that is not achieved, Chairperson, is with regards to the DDM, the implementation of departmental and SOE priority projects in the identified priority districts and metros. Chair, here we had a challenge with regards to the budget cuts, especially for the SA Connect. And furthermore, we also had issues when the districts that we are our champions, the minister and the deputy minister are our champions, Lejelo Putswa and Ngakamudiri. Lejelo Putswa is in Free State, Ngakamudiri in Northwest. There were also political instability in those, and then also as well as the criminal investigation where some of the officials didn't have tools of trade that were taken. Hence, it also affected us big time. But the big one was the budget cut, Chairperson. If I can ask Mr. Mungala, Sydney, the acting CFO, to take us through the finance, Chairperson, through you and the DG.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, DG and my colleagues. My name is Sidney Mngala. I'm the acting CFO after the departure of the then CFO, Refile Mafolo. I'll be taking you through the Q3 and Q4 financial reports. I'll just summarize it just to indicate where we were under those two quarters. In Q3, as you can see, overall, we were sitting at 57%. It was just a short 4% of our projected expenditure at that particular point in time. Also, in terms of the totals, you can just go to the next slide where we're just explaining. Yes, so we had a total budget of 3.5 billion. From that 3.5 billion, we have spent 2.0 billion, as you can see it there, which then translate to 57% at that particular point in time. The underspending was 755 million, which represent 4%. The underspending was really attributed to the SA Connect. I'll just explain in the next two slides when we get to the last. But yeah, it was on the SA Connect. Then in Q4, we were sitting at 97%, as you can see, just rounded. In terms of the total, you can go to the next slide. Thanks. Yeah, the total budget then grew by 189 million. That was for Centec dual elimination to get to 3.7 billion. From that 3.7 billion, we have spent 3.6 billion, which then translated to 96%. We were short of 131 million, which then represented just 4% of that particular budget. Then the underspending was really mainly because of the SA Connect. The reason we then are left with 131 million, which then will be surrendered to the National Treasury. It was duly because of the SA Connect, because of Centec. They have procured for 43 million, procured some equipment from overseas. Unfortunately, they were not able to get it in time just because of, or due to the geopolitics that are already happening, which we are aware of. The equipment then was delayed. The other issues, because of the rollovers, were really approved way late, where they were not really allowed to continue with the project unless and until the rollovers were approved. By the time the rollovers were approved, I think we accelerated for us to get to the 96%. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG and the team for that presentation. Without wasting any time, let me invite members for their questions, comments on the report. Honorable members, I am awaiting a show of hands if anybody would wish to engage with the report. I suspect it's late in the day that members are not wanting to engage. Okay, Honorable Singh, you've got your hand up. You may proceed. Honorable Singh, you're recognized. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, there's a couple of things that I'd like to acknowledge. The department receiving spending approximately 95% of their budget demonstrates reasonably good budget execution. There's significant progress on the public facility connectivity with over 7,300 facilities connected, and the strong international participation brought through the G20, AI task force, and the other ICT forums, and of course the good administrative governance, including the 100% payment of valid invoices. Chair, I still have the issue with the outputs rather than the outcomes, because the highlights in the presentation provides almost no evidence regarding economic impact, job creation, SMME participation, utilization rates, and service quality. So I just have a few questions. The Information Society and Capacity Development Program achieved only 44% in both Q3 and Q4, making it the weakest performing program. What are the underlying structural reasons for this persistent underperformance, and who will be held accountable if the same trend continues? Because, Chair, this program is arguably the department's primary mechanism for digital inclusion and digital skills development, and persistent underperformance directly undermines the department's core mandate. Chair, my second question is that there's a report that over 7,300 public facilities have been connected. So how many of these facilities are actively using the connectivity, and what monitoring exists to measure the actual utilization and socio-economic impact? Because the infrastructure deployment alone is not going to guarantee improved educational, healthcare, or economic outcomes. And Chair, my last question is that the department indicates that underperformance does not equate to inactivity and that catch-up plans are in place.
What other indicators that you are using there? Then secondly, you spoke about the digital transformation roadmap, and you recorded a 25% achievement versus a 20% target. Can you break down what is this 25% and your role in the delivery of the 25%? You also spoke about a revised digital economy master plan. We've been very interested in the digital economy master plan as this portfolio committee, and I don't seem to remember being briefed on, its revision. If you could perhaps just speak to highlights on what revisions you have made and what the impact of those is. And then finally, you've said that you have completed the funding model, if I read your document correctly. Now, could you take us into confidence on that? Because since you the funding model for the SABC, since you last came in February, if my memory serves me correct, we have not had any further update around the completion of this funding model. And it would be a serious pity if you are sitting with a funding model that this committee has been waiting for more than a year now for, as the commitment had been that you are going to incorporate the funding model into the bill for the bill to be finalized. So can you give us an update? Have you finalized it as the target says? And secondly, why then has it not been presented to the Committee for Inclusion in the bill as per earlier discussions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I tested my camera, and at least it's working now. Maybe to clarify a few things before I invite my colleagues to respond. In the APP, as it appeared, it was before the current readjustment in terms of the new organizational structure. We had to await for National Treasury. Apologies, I'm still, as you know, down with the flu. We had to wait for National Treasury's approval, and therefore now we've got basically the new and renamed branches. But in the new this current financial year, we're properly aligned. And I will invite the DDG just to unpack these non-chief targets, but it is a fact, honourable members, that they become recurring. In fact, it has been a challenge even the previous year. There are interventions that the department has put. We have engaged both branch heads as well as the officials in as far as the explanation for the non-achievement. And primarily the issue is just been in terms of the quality of the documentation. And if it doesn't meet satisfactory levels, it is sent back for then the review. It has proven to be the challenge in terms of the finalization of it, and I think the DDG can further elaborate. I would like to just respond on the issue that Honorable Subrathi raised about the underspending in the SA Connect, and maybe just to perhaps clarify our figures because we were not clear. At the beginning of the financial year, the previous financial year, it is true that we had an underspending of 1.1 billion on the SA Connect. We made a request for the rollover of those funds. And the reason why we had an underspending then was because of the new system that we had to undertake of the treatment of financial reporting. And the work had to be suspended, Honorable Members, I'm sure, but you're also aware of it. You might have received some of the concerns and complaints from the SMMEs, because this is one of the key programs that is actually quite instrumental in terms of ensuring broader participation of SMMEs in the ecosystem, but also at the same time creating jobs, especially for women and youth. And so we received the rollover of that, as I said, only in December. And in fact, the funds were only in our banks in January. So that meant that the project was suspended for 3 quarters of the year. And then when we received the rollover, this is where now we're saying from that 1.1 billion, Honorable Subrathi, we then had experienced an underspending of the 116 million. And we explained this that fundamentally, whilst we had acceleration plans which we're monitoring on a week-by-week basis, the biggest challenge was that the equipment that is being used had to be sourced overseas. And therefore, the sourcing of those equipment led to the delay. As you would know, that in the Middle East war, this then led to basically a lockdown in that area. The equipment had already left its shipment, and basically it was stuck in that area. And whilst we received some of the equipment literally in the last 2 months, 2 weeks, sorry, not 2 months, last 2 weeks of March, and part of the project program means that you must make sure that there's installation, the network, and the connectivity before you can then ensure that it's fully achieved and payments can be done. And so that meant there's about 78 million loss from an equipment purchase that we incurred, as well as the remainder of about 20-something million related to obviously cost for the connectivity and making sure that the sites are alive. I'm not so sure if the DDG who was traveling at the point in time is able to further allude, but I would like to link it to the question that was also asked also from Honorable Subrathi to ask for the details of the connected sites, which we're most certainly happy to share with the members of the portfolio committee. There are a number of sites, and I think also that was also asked by Honorable Singh as well, in terms of the 7,500 sites that we've connected. And most certainly when, in terms of the reporting, you only do report in terms of the sites that are still live. But we can provide you the details thereof and where they're at, and what progress and program we've made. I think, Honorable Singh, the 7,500 obviously relates to the ones under the social obligation. And this is the social obligation program is still ongoing. We are expecting to see more connected sites within this reporting period, and that basically emanates from the spectrum auctioning that was then issued. And then with regards to the entity oversight, we are going to also deal with that particular issue. And then I'll request that the DDG, Shelembe, will be able to come in to provide information on that. Maybe invite then the DDG, Shelembe, then followed by DDG Ngobeni on the digital economy master plan. Pardon me, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the honorable members. Thank you, DG, and good afternoon to the colleagues on the platform as well. Let me perhaps start off with the very question on the strengthening of governance and oversight and accountability in the portfolio. Chairperson, I think it will be common knowledge now that the entities in our portfolio do enter into the shareholder compacts as well as governance agreements depending on their scheduling in the PFMA. But what we have done in the year in question is that we have introduced on top of those compacts and agreements a reporting metrics on governance issues, which entities are required to submit every quarter to the minister what they are doing. The metrics covers issues like financial sustainability, incurrence of irregular expenditure, consequence management, and a whole host of other issues that relate to the governance of each entity. When we receive these submissions from the entities, we then analyze them and summarize them for the minister, making specific recommendations for further improvement in governance in each of these entities. We have observed that over a period of time, that is in a year in question, we have observed an improvement in the governance outlook of these entities in the portfolio. Let me then move on to some targets in Program 6 that have not been achieved because some of them fall under my responsibility in the year in question. Really, I think as Honorable Singh points out, there is an issue of outputs versus outcomes and impact. What we have observed in our portfolio or in our department is that we would have these events or meetings associated with the National Strategic Plan on GBV. But so what the officials will do will then tick the box that they have had the event. So the event becomes an output in its own right. But what we thought was required, which was a feedback given to the officials, was before the event is ticked as having achieved its purpose, that we need to develop an overarching program that guides these events, which allows us to set the strategy out for intervening, allowing us to identify who is being supported, how are they being supported, and what is the impact of that exercise. So that is what has made these programs or these events to fail the test. Because indeed, as the DG says, in 3 provinces, the events were held, but even in those quarters where the events were held, the targets were deemed not to have been achieved simply because of the absence of this overarching comprehensive program. So what we have done in this financial year, we have said, maybe, in fact, as we notice that there is a capacity problem in the respective unit, capacity both in terms of numbers of people, but most importantly, in terms of capability of some of the people. We have said, let us support that unit with the service provider who will assist in developing the 4 strategies: the strategy for women, strategy for people with disabilities, strategy for youth, and the strategy for children in the ICT sector as to how we could support those designated groups as the department. Those 4 strategies are the targets for this financial year. And we are hoping that having developed the strategies, we will then be able to do interventions that we will be able to trace in terms of their outputs, outcomes, and ultimately impact as well, as opposed to just hosting these events without a traceability of impact. I think the last one perhaps to respond on is the one relating to the district development model plan, which was also not achieved. What we had set out to do was to coordinate the projects that are being delivered by our entities in these 2 districts where our political principals are declared champions. What happened was, as it has been indicated, with respect to SA Connect, which is our flagship project really, that we take to these, or in fact to most of the districts, what happened was there was a delay in the approval of the rollover. So the undertaking to coordinate those projects in those districts fell through because there was no funding for most of the quotas. I think the DG has indicated that it was for 3 quotas where we were waiting for the approval of the rollover before these projects could be implemented. And therefore, we could not coordinate any of those projects. We have again tried to streamline this target in the current financial year, focusing now on the totality of the district development model plan in the so-called 1 plan per district, whereby we are coordinating not only our projects, but also the projects of other service delivery departments for these 2 identified districts for our political principals. By so doing, then we are able to coordinate the work that not only our department is delivering in those districts, but also the work that the other sister departments are supposed to deliver in terms of the 1 plan of each identified district. I'm going to end there, Chair, as my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG Shelembe. May I invite DDG Gobeni, please, to respond on the DEM?
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues. With regard to the revision of the Digital Economy Master Plan, we had an existing master plan and there were deficiencies that had been identified on that master plan and the challenges that were there in its implementation. So we had to also look at how to address those challenges, but also then looking in terms of how do we move into the future, considering that the digital economy has got an impact across various sectors. So the way engagements, of course, with the various stakeholders is to also assess where they are and what issues they believe are important to focus on at this stage. Having done that and having those engagements, we came to identify the key cost-cutting elements in terms of the digital economy master plan, looking at the ecosystem and the value chain of the digital economy. And based on that, we identified about 6 pillars that the future digital economy master plan should focus on. But before I even talk to those, what's the underlying factor is that the master plans are living documents to enable that we continue to reiterate in terms of the analysis, even as we continue with the implementation. So the key pillars that we looked at was firstly the underlying digital infrastructure, just to look in terms of how do we expand that, because people have got to have access in order for them to participate meaningfully into the digital economy. But one of the also critical components is the digital platforms in terms of how do we support the South African digital platforms to provide services locally and also to export some of the services internationally. We also looked in terms of the digital financial services, which is becoming the core in terms of how economies transact. We also then looked at we need to focus on future digital technologies. How do we capacitate the country to participate and also contribute development of technologies, but also adoption of these emerging technologies which drive the digital economy. And lastly, we focus on the issue of digital skills and the support for entrepreneurship in terms of the role of SMMEs, because that's crucial to enable the economy to grow. And we want that entrepreneurs participate actively in the digital economy master plan. What we then did based on those engagements, then the targets that have been revised and set for these different pillars, we then reviewed the institutional arrangement to ensure implementation because it's a cross-cutting, unlike most of the master plan which focus on the specific sector. This one cut across various sectors, and it does require this collaboration and support from various sectors, even within the government, but also even the private sector. So we need to have a very strong institutional mechanism to ensure implementation, but also to monitor those. And based on that, we've been able then to say, how do we coordinate government, establish a framework to coordinate government, and also how to ensure that the private sector also contribute in terms of providing the solutions that will assist the digital economy. And lastly, what's also key is how do we create a framework that enables data sharing across the various stakeholders that participate here. So of course, what we've started in terms of the going forward, starting in this new financial year, is to strengthen that institutional arrangement by getting the further defining this implementation, because we need to get all the stakeholders commit to the interventions that they identify that should be implemented to drive the digital economy master plan. So we're working through that process so that we can commence with the implementation. I'll pause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Ngobeni. Chair, just two more or three more questions to respond to. I'd like to invite the DDG Morane to respond on the digital transformation target, and then she'll be followed by DDG Malokome on the funding model for the SABC.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. With regards to the target on the digital transformation roadmap, the main target was to zero rate all the government services on the new Mzansi platform.gov.za. So what has been achieved in this financial year is the zero rating of the actual platform, the .gov.za platform, through the process done with ICASA, and also making sure that the hosting thereof is in place. What was not achieved was the actual loading of all government services. Hence, we were not able to achieve 100% of that. But what we have done as a mitigation from the department side is to engage the relevant departments. So in this current financial year, the target will be fully achieved to make sure that all the services are then loaded on the platform. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, DDG. Can I then invite DDG Molokome, please?
Good afternoon, Chair, members, DG and colleagues. I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Yes, you.
Thanks, because my screen is also not showing. In terms of the SABC funding model, the Chair is right. We did come to the portfolio committee where we presented the various funding model options. After our meeting with the committee, we then consulted the National Treasury and also the SABC executives and the board. And then we also consulted with the Minister of Finance. So currently, in terms of the work that the department was expected to do in terms of the recommendations, that is what is being referred to, that those recommendations were done. Unfortunately, we have not yet heard back from the Minister of Finance. His input is very critical in terms of us finalizing the model, because as we would be aware, Minister of Finance controls, it's responsible for the fiscus. We have, through the Minister's Office, made follow-up with the Minister of Finance and also highlighted the importance of getting his input, because for us to be able to revise the bill, which then would incorporate the funding model, we will need that critical input. Thank you.
And thank you, DDG. And maybe just to expatiate on that, honorable members and honorable Chair, if you look at what was supposed to be expected for us for the annual target, it talks about the draft business case for the funding model of the SABC developed, and that's exactly what was then produced, the draft business case. Before then, we can incorporated, as Honorable Chair said, into the bill. It does require concurrence with the Minister of Finance, and that is basically the outstanding matter. But in terms of the technical indicator and standards of what was expected of the department, that is the reason why we're referring to the target it being achieved. Similarly, to Honorable Subrathi, I know this is going to be a very controversial matter. The draft, what was expected in terms of the AI was the draft national intelligence policy submitted to Cabinet for approval. And in terms of then the technical indicator and the standards of that, it was therefore tabled to Cabinet. Rather, it was unfortunate that post that, then the other events then materialized. But we do therefore are basing our performance in terms of the technical indicator standards that are there. Honorable Subrathi, you asked a very pertinent question and I almost missed it. And I think that also links to Honorable Singh's question. Apologies that the video was off. You asked about whether or not we're satisfied, or if I was satisfied, I suppose as an accounting officer, on the issues related to transformation or the impact of this department. We're certainly not. And I think the day that we are, then the department ceases to have its relevance, honorable members. We're not satisfied because there's a lot still to be done in terms of then making sure we truly do achieve what is also within the mandate of the department, as well as then even the vision. I think when we talk about an inclusive digital environment to foster a thriving digital society and economy, it has so many elements and barriers to it. The issue that you would want to ensure about the broader participation, I think there's still a lot in terms of areas, and now there are even new areas of participation that we've got to create that enabling environment. We also, I think, as a country in this day and age, I think in 2026, I must say, we should be doing more in terms of the uptake and utilization of local innovation. So there is going to be a great focus in terms of the innovation. We've also seen now the evolution of various
sectors within or various industries within our sectors, like now the broadcasting evolving to the audio and audiovisual. I think there's great potential. There are a lot of people out there who are very creative in the creative space and creative industry, but you also have a lot of content producers. One of the big impacts that I think this department can have is ensuring broader participation, local content, local innovation, utilization by both the government as well as the wider sector. And that is basically what we are striving for, honorable members. That not only it's just a statement, it ensures broader participation. It ensures economic participation, but it also creates jobs, wider jobs. You will see new communities thriving, not just in terms of the sectors and the metropolitan cities that we do have, but you want to make sure that every village, the intent for us is connected. That connectivity must ensure that the households are able to connect in terms of government programs, and that's why we are leading on the digital transformation. But it must also ensure and enable businesses in terms of the SMMEs being able to participate. We've got to, part of the digital economy master plan, look at the issues related to more economic participation in the e-commerce space. And then, as I said, when you see then the SMMEs, you're creating jobs. You're improving livelihood as well. So, and obviously, I think, obviously, it's the uptake and usage of technologies and making sure that that usage is also affordable to citizens. And we're also ensuring part of then this program of affordability is to really re-engineer, looking at the industrialization of the country, ensuring that you have more locally produced devices for the uptake usage in South Africa, as well as in the broader region as well. So those are the transformative tasks that we have. I'm happy that at least today, from the cabinet statement and also the statement issued by the minister, we now have a fully fledged EXCO with 3 additional DDGs having been approved for appointment by cabinet. And I think obviously this task then falls on our shoulders for us then to drive this agenda. We are going to submit in writing, I think, Ms. Honorable Singh, and I'm hoping that our teams from SCM have taken note of the fact that going forward, we must be able to report from the economic impact perspective, highlighting, as I said, the issues of job creation as well as SME development. So, Chair, that is the response from the side of the department, hoping that we have responded to all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I think on the issue that was raised by Honorable Singh, your response is quite unfortunate. Honorable Singh is asking about economic impact of the programs that you are running. We had a long discussion in this portfolio committee when at one point you came in and you said you were going to create 200,000 jobs. Then it moved from 200,000 jobs to 20,000 jobs. And nowhere in any of your reporting do you tell us where those jobs are. Have they been created, like you have said? So this is not an SCM matter, I think, number one. Your primary responsibility and your alignment to the MTDP in UNLA speaks to the fact that you are an enabler of economic growth, and that doesn't seem to be coming through. So we're hoping you're going to give a lot more thought on this so that you're able to show the impact of all of the work that you are doing. We can't assume that just because you've created connectivity, the department government has said to us that will enable economic activity. So we'd like to see that you are tracking it, you are monitoring it, because what you don't measure, you can't manage. And I think that's the underlying core of what Honorable Singh is saying. Honorable Ntshabeleng, we had finished the round of questions. Only because you didn't speak in this meeting, I'll give you an opportunity. But before that, I just need guidance from the members. We can take follow-ups if you have any follow-ups, since there's a bit of time. Or if members, I'm skeptical about moving to the item on the oversight report. We may have lost members who left the meeting because I said that would be deferred. So I'll just take guidance from you on whether we should proceed with that. I don't know if anybody would have left who may have wanted to input on that report, but we had made a declaration that maybe it would be deferred. Honorable Ntshabeleng, do you want to come in?
Thanks a lot, and good afternoon, members and the officials on the other side and the executives. I'm not well today, so I'm not in my best of state, but I'm actually just doing my public duty of being a good public servant by really coming on. Chair, I think first of all, the most important thing, I'm gonna just make a comment and maybe get a bit of clarity in issue. I'm not gonna be too. One is, Chair, as you're aware that, in MK, we have just lost an incredibly dear comrade, Honorable Mudin Chingila, who has just left us, is no longer with us, he's passed on. And it's a very sad day, sad week, and it's going to be a sad few days until we see to it that he's really honored properly for having been a key person for the establishment of MK and being one of those people that sacrificed a lot for our movement. Chair, I would like to come to this, realization that you remember when we went to the oversight in Limpopo, I did cite a lot of those issues that have been raised and really spoken about in relation to the gap in connectivity, the inadequacy on skills, the ability for the department to monitor the projects, the installations of Wi-Fi, fiber, broadband, as well as satellite, as well as terrestrial television boxes to give access to our people. And you saw it when you went to the oversight that time that there were really huge problems. There were massive problems that our communities are sitting with. And yet we come every time to listen to the reports. The department gives you an indicator marker. We have ticked this, box where we have reached all our, key indicators as well as targets on delivery. Even including that report that there is 7,500 odd Wi-Fi sites. But the reality of it is this does not exist, because if our communities were connected, if our communities had this ability to have connectivity, we wouldn't have these problems. If these boxes are ticked and yet you have police stations, you go to rural Mahoshi, Mahotlas, as well as their rural courts, there is no connectivity. You go to the hospitals, the clinics, the facilities where they're all under public care. There is nothing. So I'm a bit lost to say that really, I think maybe we need to finalize that process, because I did indicate that we really want to have at least one province as a sample for an inquiry. And I think in this case, Limpopo should be the case point to start with this process of really doing it, as well as a revamping what department should be focused on all levels. I mean, whether you speak about connectivity, whether it's to do with the department's role and priorities, there's quite a lot of problems that exist. And it does not help in a sense that we're in an election season. And this problem should have been for us at the constituency level, where we interface with constituency, should have been things to share and show our people that we are delivering 1, 2, 3. There is digital television. It's because we are doing our work in parliament. There is Wi-Fi, there is this. But when there is nothing, police station, post offices are collapsing. Clinics have no connectivity. Municipal offices, all of them have no connectivity. You go to, libraries, you go to public centers, you go to recreational areas, you go to multi-purpose centers. All of these issues, that's important. That are staff reports, but they don't necessarily translate into what is actually on the ground. So a level of introspection needs to be done where this, we can go to the ground particularly. And to do that, I think we have to finalize the process of really requesting and finalizing that. We place one province, just taking Limpopo, the most poorest, the most disadvantaged. We place it under a parliamentary inquiry process, and we get to know where did the billions go? Where was this all this money spent on? And then we can get to the part of it. I've given it a month or so. You have observed it, that I didn't participate in terms of sending out, agitating, discuss documents and everything. But out of this meeting, we are finalizing it that as of next week, we are going to now literally irritate and agitate the committee and parliament to request a special inquiry on digital transformation projects, entities, and the department's responsibility within the Limpopo province. We start with that, and then we can gradually walk into the other provinces as a result. There is an issue of public participation. There is no reports on public participation, and the communities are complaining that nobody consults them. Things are just happening, but there is no public participation. And we have a social pact. So without going into a lot of details, a lot has been said, but as I said to each other, let's just take one item and just focus it on this one and then deal with it. I don't want to hold up anybody, but we're not really, pleased, and we would like to have a far more better ability to serve our people. Tick boxes politics are over. People want to see delivery, tangible outcomes, and the government that works for them. And we are here to represent our people's interest as well as be the mouthpiece for their challenges and crises that they are dealing with. And if we fail them, we would have failed, our nation. So I don't want to go. I'm not in a good state, so I'm not going to go on a granular level on question. I just wanted to give a comment on that one. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabeleng, and we wish you a speedy recovery. I think on behalf of the committee, I'd like to pass our sincere condolences to MKP on the loss of Honorable Njingila. I know him as Comrade Muzi. I hope I've got his surname right. I think it's Honorable Njingila. He truly was a dedicated and committed servant of the people. So we wish you and his family strength and courage during this difficult time of loss. Your issues have been noted, and I think it brings me now to the issue of the oversight report on Limpopo. Can I get a sense from members if you would wish that we proceed with this issue now, noting what I said, that I had indicated that report may be deferred and we may have lost members who would have wanted to deliberate. I would not want to deprive them of that opportunity. Can I get a sense what the view of the member is? While I'm getting that, DG, let me check with you whether you have any comments you would want to make in response to the issues that Comrade Njabeleng has raised.
No, thank you, Chair. I don't, but I think what we can do is making the commitment, Chair, both in terms of your comment, substantiating Ms. Honorable Singh's comment with regards to making sure that our documents provide the facts and figures in as far as what we're doing under the MTDP. So we'll do that. And then with regards to oversight programs, honorable members, I think the comments have been well noted. On public participation, we do have quite a number of public participation programs, and we will make sure that we can provide those to the honorable members as well. There's quite a substantive programs that we do on those, but we can provide information on them. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. And I'm hoping that then from the response that you would have given on the SABC funding model issue, perhaps the text that you put in your document is incorrect. If it is, as you say, the technical indicator it's accepted. But if the text that says the funding model has been completed remains, that would be misleading Parliament, and I suppose in terms of your report, quite inaccurate as well. Thank you, DG. Honorable members, I have put an issue on the table regarding the oversight report. Can I get a sense whether you are ready to engage on it, or you think that we should defer it. Honorable Nchabeleng?
Yeah, I'm easy on this one. I think we can engage it because we keep deferring quite a lot. And in the process, just bulk up this overlapping weekly meetings where we have to now hold several meetings in a week. So I think it's, enough. We just take it through and then we get done and we finish the work of the day.
Okay, thank you. I am not seeing any other hands, so I will take it that Honorable Nchabeleng's view is supported. Can I then call on the content advisors to take us through the report?
Good afternoon, Chair and the members again. I will be taking the members through the report. I'm not too sure if my screen it's sharing. Sure, to really be a quick summarized version with the integrated recommendations. I'll then, for the sake of completeness, then go to each and every district and read their recommendations thereof, Chair, verbatim, if you so allow, Chair. Chair, just a quick summary in terms of the report, and that would have been shared with the members. And thanks once again to the detailed submissions of in writing of Honorable Singh, and those would definitely be factored into the report as provided. Chairperson, this is the report of the Portfolio Committee and on the oversight to Limpopo, and the oversight was between 28 to 30 April 2026 to the Limpopo province in the Waterberg, Capricorn, Vembe, and Vembe district to evaluate the implementation and on-the-ground impact of programs within the mandate of the DCDT and its entities. The visit focused, the Chair, in the main on the broadband rollout and universal access, which include the SA Connect program, broadcast digital migration, the BDM, digital skills development, and community media. In the main, Chair, the visit found that while significant public investment and multiple initiatives are underway, their developmental impact remains uneven and limited, particularly in rural and underserved areas. Persistent challenges include the last mile connectivity gaps, poor service quality and affordability, infrastructure vandalism, weak maintenance, and limited local technical capacity for the implementation maintenance. A key systemic issue was found that it was fragmented planning, weak intergovernmental coordination, and overlapping mandates among national, provincial, and municipal actors, leading to duplication, inefficiencies, and unclear accountability. Although some interventions, notably community Wi-Fi hotspots and BDM installations, demonstrate clear household level benefits, given the household that we visited, at least under those two programs. When services are reliable, these successes remain, though, isolated and inconsistently implemented. Further, constraints include underutilized infrastructure such as fiber networks and data centers. And I think this is one point that was when we're in Vembe, that was emphasized by Honorable Nchabeleng with regard to the backhaul fiber. Issue of governance and sustainability challenges in community media is also one area, and the declining functionality of SAPA branches, and this in particular, the branch in Mundumule, which undermine their role as access points for digital services. Digital skills programs are valued, but insufficient in scale and lack strong pathways into employment, entrepreneurship, and accredited training. And I think this emanated from the visit to the CoLab at the University of Limpopo, where the funding was also one of the issues that was raised quite sharply. The funding issue, or the constraint thereof of adequate funding. Overall, the gap between reported progress and lived community experiences remains a major concern. Key recommendations, Chair, and these are consolidated recommendations under the various themes. Number one, strengthening governance and coordination. The committee would have recommended that we need to establish a single, clearly mandated coordinating authority for digital transformation at the provincial level, improve alignment of planning, budgeting, and implementation across all spheres of government entities. Number two, develop an evidence-based planning framework, conduct a consolidated, verified audit of broadband infrastructure and connectivity coverage. I think this point, it emanated from the various projects around the fiber rollout, where each and every, the 3 tiers of government are cleared. Each one of them, given the Limpopo connection for that matter, they'll be rolling out some sort of infrastructure, particularly fiber networks, where there is no sort of consolidation in that regard. Introduce reliable baseline data, performance indicators, and independent service verification mechanism. Number 3, prioritize last mile connectivity and service quality. Focus investment on extending affordable, reliable connectivity to rural and deep rural communities will be necessary. And the department will ensure that they implement enforceable service standards, including uptime, speed, and fault resolution targets. Number 4, there's a need to improve infrastructure utilization and sustainability. Develop clear uptake and utilization strategies for public infrastructure, fiber, and data centers in this regard. Promote infrastructure sharing among public entities to reduce duplication and cost. Under the strengthening maintenance, security, and operational support, there's a need to establish clear roles for maintenance, security, and fault escalation across stakeholders. There's a need to implement coordinated infrastructure protection strategies involving communities and local authorities. Under the enhanced digital skills and economic inclusion, there's a need to expand digital skills programs, particularly in rural areas. There's also a need to strengthen pathways to employment, entrepreneurship, and accredited qualifications. Under support of SMEs and local participation, there's a need to improve procurement transparency and support mechanisms for SMEs, including women-owned enterprises. There's also a need to address operational barriers such as payment delays, security delays, and high deployment costs. Under stabilization and reposition of SAPRO, there's a need to upgrade infrastructure and connectivity at rural branches, particularly the branch that we visited, which was really, in bad state, which is the Mudumule SAPO branch. Reposition SAPO as a digital service hub for e-government services and community access. Under strengthening community media sustainability, address governance, compliance, and financial management weaknesses in community media institutions, enhance coordinated oversight and support from relevant agencies. Under the improved broadcast digital migration implementation, there's a need to strengthen public communication, beneficiary support, and verification of installation quality. There's a need to ensure that there's reliable signal coverage, maintenance support, and clear fault reporting systems. Quickly, Chair, under the 3 district, the first district, with the district-specific recommendations, the first district that was visited by the committee was the Waterberg district, and recommendations emanating from that visit that the minister will need to ensure that the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies strengthens intergovernment coordination to align ICT planning, budgeting, and implementation across all spheres of government, and report back on the progress within 3 months after the adoption of this report. The minister will need to ensure that broadband infra core provincial ICT entities and rural municipalities submit a consolidated, verified report on the proper broadband footprint, investments, utilization levels, and socio-economic impact, including measures to prevent duplication of build, and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that the department develops clear and measurable connectivity targets linked to service delivery outcomes for schools, clinics, and government facilities, supported by baselines and impact indicators, and report back on the progress within 6 months. The minister will need to ensure that the department strengthens support measures for SMEs and women-owned enterprises, and report back on the progress within 6 months. The minister will need to ensure that the department and ICASA introduce an independent service verification mechanism for SA Connect and community Wi-Fi sites, and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that as SA Connect implementing entities establish clear local maintenance and fault escalation arrangements and report back on the progress within 3 months. Ensure that a coordinated infrastructure protection plan for rural digital assets is developed and report back on the progress within 6 months. The Minister will ensure that SAPO submits an urgent service stabilization and safety remediation plan for Mudimula Post Office and report back on the progress within 3 months. Ensure that municipalities implement time-bound processes for for land allocation and approvals and report back on the progress within 6 months. The second district, which was the second day of the oversight visit, was to the Capricorn District Chair. The Minister will need to ensure that the department coordinates a framework for Limpopo Connection, CETA, Centec, Broadband, Infraco, and other entities to align mandate and reduce duplication and report back on the progress within 6 months. During the Limpopo Connection visit, Chair, there was a clear emphasis that there's actually a problem given the CETA Act that the Limpopo Connection is unable to provide services to the government facilities, given the constraint under the CETA Act, which is solely mandated to CETA, to undertake such. The second bullet, the Minister needs to ensure that Limpopo Connection develops and implement an integrated strategic commercialization and sustainability plan and report back on the progress within 6 months. This one, Chair, given that the Limpopo Connection is actually within the province, this perhaps would be in collaboration with the province in that regards, because one of the things that was emphasized during the visit was that the commercialization part of the fiber that has been rolled out, it is a bigger problem due to the limited funds that are available to ensure the last mile to the users. Ensure that the department assesses and publishes a value for money and return on investment review of major infrastructure projects and report back on the progress within 6 months. The Minister needs to ensure that the department with National Treasury reviews policy and regulatory constraint on infrastructure sharing and reports back on the progress within 12 months. Ensure that NEMISA expands access to digital skills programs and strengthens post-training pathways and report back on the progress within 6 months. The Minister needs to ensure that the NEMISA and partners implement a monitoring and evaluation framework for training hubs and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that the pathways into employment, internships, and SMEs incubation are strengthened and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that the SABC implement a plan to upgrade regional infrastructure and report back within 12 months in that regard. Ensure that the government expedite a sustainable public broadcasting funding model, that is to the SABC in this regard, Chair, and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that SA Connect Phase 2 is implemented with sustainability and integration and report back within 9 months after the adoption of this report. The last district that was visited, Chair, was to the Vembe district. The Minister needs to ensure that MDDA, ICASA, and GCIS implement a joint turnaround program for community media, and this emanated particularly from the issues that were picked up during the visit to the Vembe FM, and the Minister will need to do turnaround program for community media and report back in that regard on the progress made within 3 months. Ensure that MDDA appoints governance and financial management support for Vembe FM particularly and report back on the progress within 3 months. Ensure that ICASA conducts compliance support and enforcement engagement and report back on the progress within 2 months. Ensure that GCIS and MDDA establish a rapid mediation protocol and report back on the progress within 6 months. And this is particular to the Vembe governance issues, Chair, that were highlighted to a great extent. Ensure that DCDT convenes a quarterly Vembe last mile connectivity forum and report back on the progress within 3 months. Ensure that the Vembe district municipality establishes an ICT contract management function and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that the way leave and employment delays are addressed and report back on the progress within 6 months. The minister needs to ensure that the district works with traditional leaders to accelerate rollout and report back on the progress within 6 months. The minister needs to ensure that open access and revenue sharing fiber modules are introduced and report back on the progress within, I suppose that will be within 6 months, given the extent on that particular recommendations. Ensure that community media adopt governance and accountability measures and report back on the progress within 6 months. Ensure that SAPO upgrade ICT equipment and connectivity at Sibasa Post Office and report back within 6 months. And so that SAPO implement a branch service restoration plan and reports back on the progress within 12 months after the adoption of this report. The minister needs to ensure that a digital service hub pilot is implemented at Sibasa Post Office and report back on the progress within 9 months. Ensure that SAPO improves customer communication and escalation channels and report back on the progress within 3 months. Ensure that DCDT, Centec, SABC implement a plan to resolve broadcast signal gaps and report back on the progress within 12 months. The last bullet, Chair, was what we would have picked up during the visit to the traditional leadership in Venda. In conclusion, Chair, the report highlights that meaningful digital inclusion in Limpopo requires a shift from fragmented implementation to coordinated outcomes-based delivery. Achieving this would depend on stronger governance, better use of existing infrastructure, improved service reliability, and clear focus on community-level impact and sustainability. That's the report to Limpopo Oversight, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Matuba, for the presentation of that report. I want to check with Honorable Singh if she would like to table her comments on the report. Honorable Singh. You see, I'm going to have a challenge now, honorable members. Yes, are you there, Honorable Singh?
Yes, sorry, Chair, I was here, but I just lost connectivity for a few minutes, and that's why I had to get in. Sorry, just repeat what you wanted from me.
I was requesting, now that the report has been tabled, would you like to then make your comments on it? Because we want to move towards adoption of it. So I just want to give the committee an opportunity to consider it. Over to you, ma'am. Okay.
Chair, obviously I had dropped my comments on the group where everyone would have had sight of it. I don't know if you actually now want me to go through it again, because Dr. Madupa just said, I think he'd probably had a look at it and he said that it will be incorporated. But I can go through it very quickly if you want me to.
Yes, please, Honorable Singh, and let me explain why. Because any person who wants to make changes, additions, comments, I think it's fair that we give the committee an opportunity, to engage on that. I mean, there's the outstanding item that Honorable Chabeleng has raised a number of times about wanting an inquiry. So, it's important that we engage and we agree on an approach. Hence, I thought it's correct that you at least put it forward. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. So there's some recommendations that I'm actually proposing, and I'll come to, I think there's two that I would like to strengthen. So the first one is on the Rural Connectivity Priority Framework. And I think one thing from the report that is missing is the prioritization. Chair, I'm just going to summarize. So the report identifies rural connectivity challenges, but it does not require government to identify and publish the worst served areas. So that is why I'm saying that there should be a recommendation that the ministers should require the department and relevant entities to produce this rural connectivity gap map and the prioritized rollout plans, etc. Chair, the second thing is that the connectivity for emergency services, and this is a major gap. because the report discusses connectivity generally, but does not sufficiently link connectivity to public safety. So the department should identify police stations, clinics, hospitals, and emergency service facilities and disaster management centers that experience poor connectivity and develop a plan to prioritize reliable communications infrastructure as those sites, Chair. The next thing is that the community Wi-Fi performance reporting. The report praises community Wi-Fi sites, but does not require performance reporting. So the department should report annually on the number of active sites, the uptime, the average usage, the cost per user, and the community impact. Otherwise, Parliament cannot determine value for money. The next proposal is that the digital skills outcome tracking. The report discusses the digital skills, but not the outcomes. So my recommendation is that all digital skills programs should report on employment outcomes, internships secured, businesses established, further study enrollments, because training numbers alone are insufficient. And then, Chair, perhaps one of the biggest strategic omission, in my opinion, is the infrastructure sharing. The report talks about duplication, but never directly recommends infrastructure sharing. And the department should focus on existing state-owned fiber, infrastructure sharing opportunities, barriers preventing sharing, and estimated service savings, because this links directly to BBI, Centec, CETA, provincial networks, and municipal assets. And then, of course, the SAPO rationalization strategy. The report identifies SAPO failures, but it stops short of proposing a future model. So government should present a strategy on whether SAPO branches will become, I don't know, digital access centers, government service hubs, connectivity points, because Parliament cannot and should not be funding a model without clarity regarding its future purpose. And then, Chair, the ones that I propose strengthening, that community radio, current recommendations focus largely on sustainability. The department, MDDA and ICASA should investigate mechanisms to reduce signal distribution costs for community broadcasters, because one of the biggest threats to sustainability for them is not governance but transmission costs. Thank you, Chair. That's it.
Thank you very much, Honourable Singh. Can I check with members? Any other comments, additions on the report?
I want to make a comment.
Yes, Honourable Chabeleng, you can come in.
So I think the report, we're not going to really agree on it now because it still needs a huge level of honesty and truth in terms of analyzing it, because it's very academic. It doesn't really talk to what we witnessed there. It doesn't relate to the issues that we experience. It doesn't talk about the devastation that we actually uncovered in Limpopo. It doesn't attend to the problems that we raised, starkly so, during the entire process of the visit. So I'm a bit, skeptical in going into this detail now of the report. We can give you our inputs in writing as well as just comments, but I think the report is too watered down, and really it talks about a state of Limpopo that looks perfect, which is not. It talks about a state of Limpopo that we all agreed that it's just maybe a one or two glitches, which is not the case. Areas that we found and the situations that we uncovered were quite very worrisome. And it's not the case that we went there and we found a Limpopo that was perfect. It was not perfect. It was a big mess. And I would have wished maybe the report authors to have gone verbatim on day-by-day basis to say, on this day when we were at this site, this is what we uncovered. When we went to this particular site of the post office, the radio stations, when we went to, and where there were good performance areas, we should have highlighted. where there were challenges we should have highlighted, and then say as an outcome to say, then our recommendation is XYZ. I waited specifically for this report before I filed our issue of saying that we request that the province be placed under, under the process of inquiry. It was for this reason, so that the report is now clear on how they perceive. But from what the report says is not what we experienced. It's actually too watered down. We need a report that is going to be hard-hitting and saying these are the issues, etc., so that when we go and debate it as well in the House, we debate something that is really serious. Also often oversight. We can agree, and for the first time, we can even adopt a similar report and support a report of an oversight as a committee collectively, including our support on it. So I think it's a bit too nice. It's a bit too academic. It's written in a format of somebody who would write it to make sure that we tick the boxes. In this case, we don't want to tick the boxes. We want to be real and factual. What we saw on an oversight was a devastation, was a horrible level of departmental delivery. I'm not even going to talk about entities because the responsibility falls back, unfortunately, to departments. I mean, for instance, you went to Polokwane in the SABC, unutilized studio, the building is falling apart. The only part of that massive SABC Polokwane studio that was functional was the radio section level. 3 radio stations or so, that were provincial radio stations. The rest, there was no broadcasting happening in terms of broadcasting of local, Sepedi related news transmission, the news gathering, etc. So there's a big problem. And I'm just citing that one. We went to that post office in the Waterbeek, the most incredible disastrous post office, which, the building was falling, the windows are broken, the infrastructure, there were, shelves of, non-functional. I can go into it. I mean, the safes are broken into. There is just nothing happening, and the similar situation we picked up when we went to a much better, supported, but in a disaster, the post office in the Venda area where we went to Vembe. I picked up. So I think the report is too watered down. It needs really a reality check. It needs to really emphasize on what was experienced on the ground and how we can take it on forward. But I think on those bases, we will give our own version of our experience, and as a result, do the finalization request for the province to be placed under a proper parliamentary inquiry process, and then we take it on from there. That's my inputs for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nchabeleng. You see, this is why I was asking if we should consider this report and move to full consideration and adoption, is that I was hoping that where the full report has not yet been considered by members, they would take this opportunity and put together, their thoughts around it, so that this would not have been an exercise in futility. I'm not saying it is, but what you are saying needs to be done is what was now supposed to be done, right? So you were supposed to say, these are your comments on the report. This is what you think we must change. This is what you'd like to add. So we are going to then defer the adoption of this report. And I'm hoping that when we put it on the agenda again, members will be very clear on the expectations that they have, in the same way that Honorable Singh would have done, to say, these are the recommendations I would like added and so forth, so we can consider all of that holistically. Honorable Nchabeleng, I know you are very passionate about the issue of the inquiry. And I want to request that when putting together your comments on the report, could you also give a motivation for the inquiry? The reason I'm saying that, it obviously has to be a committee decision. And I mean, there are a lot of areas and questions people would have. Why Limpopo? Why not this? And what you think it is that the committee is meant to inquire on. Thank you very much. I see that thumbs up. So we will then reschedule this item for discussion. Thank you very much, honorable members. So with that then being the final item on the report, I do think that we have come to the end of the meeting. I did not see any additional hands that I may be leaving out of this agenda item. So let me thank you very much for the stay. Thank you for your indulgence that I was able to travel and eventually reach my destination. I do apologize to have taken a meeting in that situation. But I wish you a great evening further. And then we will meet next week. A reminder.
Chairperson, the minutes will stand over till next week.
Oh, we still have minutes.
Yes, Chair, we
Okay.
move the minutes down.
I think we can do minutes quickly.
Adopt the minutes, Chair.
Huh?
We can adopt
No,
them.
why must we drop the minute? You said we're always deferring. Let's finish this.
No, I'm saying we can adopt the minutes. Maybe my voice is messed up
I
with
thought you
my-
said drop the minutes. Okay, Hajira, please proceed.
Chairperson and members, minutes Tuesday, 26th of May. With our items were at four items, but the main important item was the briefing by the department on the implications of the withdrawal of the AI policy, way forward and consequence management. And also there was a briefing on the introduction of the Electronics Communication Amendment Bill and the consideration of the report of the Roundtable of Podcasters. This is the first page, members, with the attendance. And then we move to the second page with attendance as well. We had the opening and welcome, members. And then we adopted minutes 17th of March and also minutes 15th of May. We had the opening remarks of the minister. And we then had the briefing by the department on the implications of the withdrawal of the AI policy, way forward and consequence management. Those were the observations, members. And I'll read the recommendations. The committee recommended that the minister should conduct a thorough investigation to identify exactly when and how AI-generated references were introduced and a breakdown of approval processes and report back to the committee within 3 months of the adoption of the minutes. Strengthen the internal review mechanisms to prevent recurrence. Improve departmental checks and balances to ensure reliability, agility, and accountability in policy development, strengthened internal AI governance and verification systems, including mandatory AI disclosure rules, institutional verification protocols, and ensure a framework is developed within 6 months of adoption of the minutes, finalize and publish investigation findings, including consequence management outcomes within 6 months of the adoption of the minutes, classify and disclose all costs associated with withdrawal of draft policy, ensuring accountability for public funds. Publish the full term of reference for the advisory panel, along with members' conflict of interest declaration within 2 months of the formation. Expand the advisory panel to include organized labor, SMMEs, and community representatives to ensure a balanced perspective in AI governance. Commit to making the panel's recommendations public and table them before the portfolio committee within 9 months, and to ensure stronger ministerial oversight and pre-publication processes to safeguard credibility, prevent similar failures, and implement within 4 months of the adoption of the minutes. Thereafter, members, we went to a briefing by the department on the introduction of the ECA Amendment Bill. These were the observations. And the recommendations was that the bill would be advertised without delay to invite public comment, with a standard 30-day submission period, and allow for stakeholders to request the opportunity to make oral submissions, that a structured roadmap should be developed to guide the entire legislative process, including timelines for submissions, hearings, and deliberations, and be presented to the committee during the next meeting. The committee should adopt a flexible and phased public participation approach, beginning with written submissions and proceeding to public hearings, particularly considering time constraints caused by parliamentary program and upcoming election. The public participation process should also make the use of constituency periods to conduct provincial or community level engagements. The motion of desirability must be adopted at an appropriate stage of the process. While the timing is at the committee's discretion, it is recommended that this decision be taken in a manner that ensures it is properly informed by the public input, that the committee should maintain oversight of the process and exercise its authority to amend or redefine the bill based on stakeholder submissions and deliberations, and that the process should be conducted in a manner that's legally compliant, transparent, and inclusive, ensuring that all relevant stakeholders have an opportunity to contribute to the bill. Then we had the consideration and adoption of the roundtable of podcasters. And that matters arising from that meeting was that the committee will invite ICASA to make presentation on the finalized broadcasting regulations, and the committee would further engage with the Minister of Finance and the department to explore practical solutions for funding of the SAP election coverage, and that the committee will advertise the ECA bill without delay and invite public comments. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Hajira. May I check with the members if they have any comments on the minutes? Honorable Ntshabile?
I move for adoption. I'm covered on the, sorry, I think my voice is low. I'm covered on the report in terms of the meeting minutes. So I move for adoption, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Botlani?
Good evening, Chair. I'm really sorry that my camera will remain off. But Chair, I just wanted clarity coming from the minutes. Did we discuss the taking of this amendment bill, and are we happy with same, or do we have any intention to query the tagging, which will then inform how we engage with this bill as a portfolio committee, depending whether it's a section 75 or a 76. Just out of interest, I do apologize because that is the day that I could not stay for the meeting because I had a flight to catch to Cape Town. And with that clarity, I think I would like to reserve our rights as the DA on this minute, because as I said, with the first discussion that we had on the AI policy, I thought it was an overreach, and I feel that with the recommendations that are coming out of this meeting, I still feel that it was an overreach. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Botlani. On the first issue that you had raised, yes, the tagging of the bill was discussed and queried in the meeting. Parliamentary Legal Services was in the meeting where they confirmed the, I'll call it a recommendation, I think, from the state law advisors that even the tagging office in Parliament had confirmed it as a Section 75 bill. Then just some comments I have on the minutes. I think we said, well, constituency periods and oversight period are not the same, are they? Because I think we had said that given the time pressures, when Parliament provides opportunity for oversight, maybe we would look at that time to conduct the community level engagements. And then I want to also indicate that on the matters arising, we have received the response back from the Minister of Finance with regards to the SABC's election coverage, which were not particularly helpful, but we have shared them with the committee. And then the ECA bill, the committee advisors have reported that they have had a number of overtures made to them by stakeholders in the industry that have requested that we advertise for a period of 60 days instead of 30 days. Amongst the issues they raised was their interest to make submissions, but also the complexity of some of the issues that they wanted to put in. We did not see a problem with extending for that 30 days, but I do want to indicate that we've also written back to the department to request clarification on the what's the word I'm looking for now? The extent to which the public participation that they had undertaken, which they said was in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, whether they are confirming that it is sufficient and whether the amended bill as submitted to Parliament has incorporated those particular comments, as that is something that has been raised with us by the industry as well. I have noted Honorable Botlani's reservation on the minutes, but with the minutes having been moved for adoption, do we then have a seconder? Honorable Subrathi?
Chair, I second the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The minutes are then thus duly adopted. Honorable members, I think we have really exhausted all of our items today, and I want to call this meeting to a close. The last time I attempted to see that, sorry, I thought you speak in one voice, Honorable Singh. I took it that it is a DA position. My apologies for saying Honorable Botlani's a reservation of their rights to the minutes is the position of the Democratic Alliance. Honorable members, I want to remind you, those who are participating in the subcommittee on the filling of vacancies for ICASA, that we have scheduled a physical meeting next week, Wednesday, which meeting is called for the purposes of shortlisting those candidates. I'm not sure, Hajira, if the Tuesday meeting is virtual or physical as well. You may advise.
The Tuesday meeting is virtual, Chairperson.
All right. So then the physical meeting will be on Wednesday. I'm not sure what. Yeah. Oh, actually, I am. Now I was going to say I'm not sure why we would have one physical, one virtual. But then I think we had said for the shortlisting processes, the interviews as well as the consideration of the finalists, those would be physical meetings. Honorable members, Honorable Ntshabeleng, is this a legacy hand?
Yes, Chair, it's a legacy hand, but I just wanted to find out, Chair, next week is going to be a bumper week, right? Can we defer some of these meetings to virtual?
Please motivate bumper week.
I think we're going to struggle to be in a physical site for the meetings for next week. So that is why I'm saying it's going to be a bumper week in terms of the activities, traveling, etc. And given that we're told that we have a bereavement in the family of MK, so as a result, there's going to be a lot of moving up and down happening. So I'm just suggesting that for this one, is it possible they can consider? I'm not saying it must be. It is really just a request that the week meetings can be done virtually. Then the other week before we move on, we can then have a physical. That is just a request, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Ntshabeleng. I think we'll take that up with the subcommittee. It had been a decision of the subcommittee, but I hear your point. We'll take it up with them. I mean, this is the portfolio committee, so I don't want to confuse issues, but your point is noted. Honorable Alicia?
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if I'm not confusing issues as well, because I wanted clarity on something, but it's with regards to the subcommittee. So I just wanted clarity when you're saying we're shortlisting, Chair. But I don't know. I don't know how I can ask this question. Maybe I should ask him in the group, because it is about the shortlisting process. I think in my preparation for Friday, I just wanted clarity on something. I don't know if I should go ahead or I should just ask in a group, maybe, Chair.
Yes, please, ma'am. Let's keep it separate, because the subcommittee is then going to come back and report to the portfolio committee.
Thanks,
so thank you. Honorable Singh advises me that next week is constituency period. Secretariat, can you please advise, because the latest program you gave us, yes?
The week
Chair,
after that.
I said, Chair, I said the following week.
Oh,
Next
the following
week is
week.
yes, thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, honorable members. We will look into those items as raised, and we will then action them. Let us close this meeting now. It's Friday night. We should be on item number 17. So I wish you a great Friday evening and a wonderful weekend, and we will then meet next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Wrongly
Night.
put, yeah.
Item 17.